self and then finish that circle. Then we start again with our provincial manager from the Limpopo Province. Then we finish the circle. Then we start with our legal officer here from the Limpopo Provincial Office. Then we finish the circle. Then we will be able to know and then when we go for tea, then we are able to network with the people that we really need to talk to. So I'm not sure if we're having a roving mic. I'm checking if we're having a roving mic.
Wants to.
Thank you so much. Ma'am Shelley, be the first one. Do it in a way that everybody will follow suit.
Good morning to everyone. Abushengi, Sanbonani. My name is Shirley Mlombo. I am the Provincial Manager for the Human Rights Commission in the Northwest. It's my pleasure to be here. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Duduzile Grace Mbajog. I'm an associate professor from the University of Limpopo.
Good morning. My name is Asdora Verde, Chief Asdora Verde from Papuri Traditional Council, Nduguribua.
Dimacheloni Dumelang Realosha Ausheni. My name is Musanda Chief Mashenorochi Mangembi from Papuri Traditional Council.
Please don't clap. I'll show you how to do it when we clap for everybody else. You'll see, you'll love it.
Namaste, Dimachironi, Avsheni, Sanbonani, Molo, Dumelang, Ngadzina Ndipia Zundini Magoro, a student at the University of Venda, but I'm a researcher from Toyando community in the Bembe district.
Good morning. My name is Lailo Mahato from Office of the Premier. Thanks.
Morning. I'm Tifumori Bana from Office of the Premier.
Realocha Tobela. Good morning. Abusheni Macheloni. Ki Vichuate Wedi Maroping Daily Wagamaputla. Collins Chabani Municipality. I'm the Senior Manager Corporate Services. Thank you.
Oh, it's not, the first one is not our provincial manager, by the way.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wisani Baloyi. I'm the acting head of communications at the Human Rights Commission.
Good morning. My name is Victor Mabitor. I'm the provincial manager for the South African Human Rights Commission, Limpopo.
Good morning. My name is JB Sibanyoni. I'm a commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Itumeleng Siarnero, provincial manager in the Electoral Commission of South Africa in Limpopo. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Fiona or Makondelele, which I prefer, and I'm a human rights activist from Vembe.
Morning, everyone. My name is Krista Mukwena. I am from the University of Venda, the Center for Human Rights there, and also a lecturer in public law. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lydia Mapena, a champion from Waterberg, Pinas River.
Good morning. My name is J.K. Makhoba from the Ethical Foundation for Leadership Excellence.
Tobela, Nda. My name is Kenny Matiba. I'm from the Dr. Chinwani Fariswani Foundation.
Shewani Amaluleke, SS from Hlaniki Traditional Council.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jensen Maluleke from Hlaniki Traditional Council. Good morning, everyone. My name is Albert Jeleni from Limpopo Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Keswal Mushi. I'm the traditional leader of Mushi Traditional Council. Kyalebo.
Ndimacheroni Abusheni Tovela. My name is Abashoni Tsangwani. I'm from the Commission of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Rights of Communities. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dia, and my co-interpreter is Nobutle. We are the sign language interpreters. Thank you.
Abshin, Bongan Songwani, Limpopo Moral Regeneration and Human Rights Champion.
Arlo Cheng, Mahokon Ledwaba, Boerdorp, older person.
Chabela, ki Lestrina Mudiba, Mental Health Review Board in Capricorn District.
Tobela Abusheni Nda. My name is Strike Manganyi. I'm a pastor of Mana Tabernacles right here in Polokwane.
Abusheni. My name is Reverend Joseph Sutole, the pastor of Bethsaida Word Center right here in Polokwane.
Good morning, Josie Sitole from Bethsaida Word Center, Polokwane. Thanks.
Avsheni, Reverend Bima PA from the Evangelical Presbyterian Church in South Africa. I'm a religious leader. Thank you.
Avsheni, Reverend Matebula RA from Evangelical Presbyterian Church in South Africa, in Guyana.
Tawela, my name is Joyce Madiba. I am the Provincial Manager of PEN South African Language Board in Limpopo. Thank you.
Mushate Radumedisha. Kalivijo Kimatsuban Daniel Levelo. Tsuarleka fa Mushato Mapela MTC, Mapela Traditional Council. Ralevo.
Arlocheng, Kalivijo ke Mpolanga, a member of Mapela Traditional Council from Mogalakwena.
Tsobela Kalina ke Robert Manaka ke mongwaledi pharepare wa setšhaba sa baanano ka fase ya Kgoši Malebo.
Hello, my name is Zagara Chavijani from Afefe Legal Advice Office and Deputy Chairperson of Provincial Council. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Headman Alala from Madosi Traditional Council.
Abshen Sanbonan Dumelang. Betone David Machavele, Headman Mabayin, and Sika Fumoshwongo Kamadons, a Collins Chaban. Inko.
Good morning. My name is Pemishin Bilankulu from Isma Maimet Center for Human and People's Rights, University of Venda. Thank you.
Morning, Munei Badantswana from the South African Human Rights Commission, Limpopo Provincial Office.
Machironi, Abusheni, Nendi Ramabakatuso from the University of Venda. I'm working at the Ismail Mohammed Center for Human and People's Rights. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Takaran Takarani from the University of Venda, Ismail Mohammed Center.
Good morning. I'm Eva Makashela, and I'm the Human Rights Officer for the SC Commission in the Limpopo Province.
Option, Imina Kensan Kosa, the human rights champ. Go.
Redeni Victor Tarukanyo, a human rights champion.
Absheni Mahlatsingoveni, admin officer at South African Human Rights Commission.
Rishile, na mina Laipon Maluleke, legal officer la South African Human Rights Commission.
Thank you very much. We have colleagues who are busy with registration outside. I've requested Matlazo to call them in so you know who you will be working with when you need any quick assistance. Please introduce yourself, Tando.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tando Chauke, and I'm a human rights monitor at the South African Human Rights Commission in the provincial office in Polokwane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Others will be introducing themselves as they come. Thank you so much. May I kindly invite Commissioner JB. Did I call it well, Commissioner? Sibanyoni, to come and give us a keynote address. I usually say BJ and then he quickly calls me to order what it's JB. You are so welcome, Commissioner. I help you because you have.
Nimachironi, good morning. Kuyamore, Sanbonani, Lochan. I would like to greet all the pastors who are here. Gidumedis Limahoshi, and greet also people from Univen, University of Venda. And then I would also like to greet the people from government institutions and Lisi Chabakamuka, Kiri Lochan. Thank you very much. I hope it will not also again make that sound. I would like to, first of all, thank the organizers of this conference, the South African Human Rights Commission of Limpopo Province, especially the provincial manager, Advocate Victor Mabidula and the staff, and also to thank the Univen to have partnered with the Human Rights Commission for this conference. You know, it is coincidental. In the year 2017 or 2017, I had an opportunity to be invited by the students at the University of Venda, Univen, where I was requested to deliver a speech on decolonization of education. I wonder whether there's anyone who was there in the beginning of 2017 who will vouch that he saw me. But I must say, with the passage of time, I might have changed, because in 2017, I was younger than I am today. And then I did introduce myself, but I want also to spend a minute or two to tell you who I am. I was born at a place called Ochis at Grotpan Farm in the district of Witbank, that is Malahleni. And then I grew up in Wheatbank thereafter. And after I passed matric, which is grade 12, I so wished to study at the then Turfloop University, the University of the North, today the Limpopo University. But because of the policies of that time, my application was not accepted. Instead, I received a letter which said, because I'm falling under the Nguni group, I must either apply to Fort Hare University or the University of Zululand. During those times were so aggressive, then I just threw away the letter. And then I said, I'm not going there. Because from Wheatbank to Polokwane, it's 3 hours. And then, but after some time, I then received a brochure from the University of Zululand. As I was studying it, I was impressed and inspired because I said, well, of course, this is what I wanted. And then, but I'm negotiating from a weaker position. And then I accepted to complete those brochures. And then I ended up studying law at the University of Zululand. Very briefly, let me tell you our journey. We used to travel by train. We took a train in Wheatbank at 4 p.m. That goes to Johannesburg Park Station. And then from Johannesburg, it came back to Boksburg at 8 o'clock in the evening. And then thereafter, it will travel through Volksrust, Mooi River, and it arrives in Durban Station 11 o'clock during the day, the following day. And then we'll wait for the 2 o'clock train from Durban to Mtunzini. We arrived at Mtunzini at 4 o'clock. So to travel from Wheatbank to the University of Zululand, it took us exactly 24 hours, 4 p.m. previous day and 4 p.m. the following day. But those were because of the policies and the laws of the past. And I think I will just stop there to tell you what the policies that were brought about by the previous powers that were be had an effect on us. And I want to say these policies was not only introduced for the first time, or it was not fashionable these policies, they come back a long way. They started with the Romans. They called it divide et impera. We were forced to study Latin during those days. Divide et impera means divide and rule. It was a strategy for dividing people for the purpose of enabling the rulers to can exercise power over them. And then this divide et impera in South Africa, it went deeper than that because the people in South Africa were divided, separate on the basis of tribes. And namely Zulus on one side, the Xhosas on another area, Sothos or Bakhatla in another area and the like. But it did not end there, because you would also find it in the townships, Koma location in the townships, you will find a Nguni section or a Sotho section, more especially when you visit areas like Foslo. Those areas are still having some remnants, even Wheatbank. And then that was the purpose of ensuring that we do not unite, but we should be divided so that it can be easy to be controlled and to be ruled. And then further than that, it was then the policy of the Bantustans, the homelands, when the previous government wanted to deprive the people of South Africa, the Black people, or the Africans in particular, of their citizenship on the basis of their tribe. You will recall that there was what we call the TBVC states, Transkei, Bophuthatswana, Venda, and Ciskei, which were encouraged and influenced to take independence. And then, but you will also recall that that system did not work. Ultimately, it collapsed. And then the recent painful one was the effect of Bophuthatswana, because in Bophuthatswana, there were people who were called Tswanas and non-Tswanas. And then the people who were of Ndebele origin, they were advised to say, in order to be accommodated in Bophuthatswana, you must agree that in your ID document, it will be written Ndebele-Tswana. And some people accepted that, but others realized that it is not acceptable. And then they left Bophuthatswana, and ultimately they settled in around Kwaggafontein, which was KwaNdebele. They tried to also influence the people who were in KwaNdebele to opt for independence. But because by that time, people have realized that this homeland policy is not working, there was a lot of resistance. Some people have lost their lives when they were resisting the independence because they realized that it was not working. I just mentioned one or two things of those homelands or independent Black states. Whenever they wanted to travel abroad, even those who were in power in the homelands, they had to take a South African passport because their passports were not recognized in other countries. And then I remember there was even a cartoon which was saying, this looks like a passport and it smells like a passport, but it is not a passport, and the cartoonist was throwing it down. So it shows you the effect of the divide et impera, or the divide and rule. Let me briefly talk about the South African Human Rights Commission. The South African Human Rights Commission is one of the Chapter 9 institutions supporting constitutional democracy. It is called State Institutions Supporting Constitutional Democracy. But please make no mistake, we are not part of the state as the Chapter 9 institutions. We are totally independent of the state. We are institutions that are impartial and independent. And we are colloquially called the watchdogs. The watchdogs in the sense that these institutions were established to watch that what was happening prior to 1994 should never happen again. And Mankesi, you are correct to call me JB. I always tell people that I had an opportunity to visit the international icon Tata Nelson Mandela when he was still in a Victor Verster prison. And when we were introducing ourselves, I said, they call me JB. And then he said, JB Marks. And then after I had an opportunity of working in the presidency at the Union Building. And then Tata Nelson Mandela used to go office by office, greeting the managers and the like, and the staff were there. After some 5 years since I last saw him, and then when he entered the office which I was working in, he surprised me. As he was walking in the door, he said, JB Marks, do you still remember me? And then I laughed. I said, oh, Tata, who can forget you? And he had a very intelligent and a sharp memory, I must tell you. The South African Human Rights Commission, as one of the Chapter 9 institutions, has, in terms of the law, 8 commissioners. 6 commissioners are full-time, and 2 commissioners are part-time. Those who are part-time is Commissioner Pastor Chris Nissen. Some of you know him. He has been through the length and breadth of the country. And then I'm also one of those part-time commissioners. The others are full-time commissioners. I said I studied law. I just want to make a joke about what has always been said about lawyers. I was told that one day a person was walking through some graveyards, and then he saw an inscription written, "Here lies a lawyer and an honest man." And then the person who was reading that inscription said, I wonder why they bury those 2 people in one grave. Because he interpreted it as if there are 2 people, a lawyer and an honest man. Yet it was talking about only one man. I am a lawyer as well as a pastor, as much as Commissioner Chris Nissen is a pastor. Let me also indicate to you that later on we'll be joined by Commissioner Pililen Duli, whose flight was cancelled at a last minute, and she will be joining us during the course of the day, and then she will be participating in this conference. As commissioners, we've got various focus areas. For the people who are from government, it's like we've got departments. My focus area is called land, food or food security, and environment. And I want to also say that insofar as the mandate of the Human Rights Commission, I hope and assume that you were listening to the jingle which was played before the conference started. I don't want to belabor it or to bother you with it, but maybe because you might have just thought it was just a jingle, what was contained in that was a message as to what can the South African Human Rights Commission do? What are the objects of the commission? When you look at the South African Human Rights Commission Act number 40 of 2013, Section 2 talks about the objects of the commission. I quote, the objects of the commission are, number A, to promote respect for human rights and a culture of human rights. Number B, to promote the protection, development, and attainment of human rights. And number C, to monitor and assess the observance of human rights in the Republic. The jingle was telling you that our seat is situated in Johannesburg. That is correct. And then as the Human Rights Commission, our mandate is contained in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa Act. Pardon me when you see as if it is an old book. It's still new, but because I've been using it repeatedly, that's why it is in this way. And then also another enabling legislation is the South African Human Rights Commission Act number 40 of 2013 that I've just quoted. And there is also another one. The acronym is PEPUDA, meaning the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. We also use other legislation, PAJA and BAYA, but I don't want to spend much time on that. For the purpose of this conference, which talks about social cohesion and eradication of tribalism, as I've also indicated about the intention of why there was the divide and et impera, divide and rule. I want to have a message to Mahoshi of today to say when the colonizers came here, the people who were in the forefront were Amakos. When the land was dispossessed, the first people who were confronted were the Kwekwe or the Khoisan, the San people in the now Western Cape. And then thereafter, the colonizers or the settlers attacked the Xhosa people as individuals. And then they continued and later attacked the Zulu people like Odingane, like Opambata Kamancinza, like Oqetshwayo and the like. And also they went through the interland and they attacked Amandebele, Unyabela, and then even Abomakado. And then at the end of the day, they defeated them. Why? Because we were not united. We were fighting, we were resisting as different tribes. We were defeated because of the divide et impera. I don't want to belabor a lot about the place Mokopane. Please Google and ask elderly people how the name was established, Mokopane. our people did have a gathering there where they were talking as to what can be done. And among other things, they realized that the wars of resistance failed because we were not united. And then there were also some songs like, unfortunately, I'm not a good singer, I'm not an artist, but there were songs like, Mabalete, izwe lakithi, elathathwa, abokalakatshana. Mabalete, izwe lakithi, or sikhalela, izwe lakithi, elathathwa, abokalakatshana. And then the message was, Zulu, Xhosa, Msotho, hlanganani. In other words, it was calling for unity, to say as Zulus, as Xhosas, as Sothos, we should unite. You know, our forefathers did unite. You might know the story of Nyabela, the king of the Ndebele. What happened, we are told that there was a conflict between Sekwati and Mampuru. And then thereafter, Mampuru was wanted by the South African Republic, in other words, the Voortrekkers. And then he ran towards the kingdom of Eswatini, Swaziland, trying to hide there. And then we are told that the Swazis told him to say, no, the Voortrekkers have got a high caliber of war or of equipment. We will not be able to protect you. And what Mampuru did, he was advised that he should go to the Ndebeles. And then he went to Endongen. Endongen is next to Stoffbeck, not very far from Middelburg. And when he came there, when he explained to King Nyabela that he was being pursued by the Voortrekkers, Nyabela accommodated him. And then if you are interpreting that as a nowadays international law, he gave him refuge, because thereafter commanders, Roos as well as Senegal, were sent out to go and arrest Mampuru. And then when Roos and Senegal arrived at Endongen, Nyabela said, Nimkwinyile. In other words, I have swallowed him. In other words, I have given him refuge. And then Commander Roos and Senegal returned to report to the Voortrekkers what is the attitude of Nyabela. And then Roos and Senegal was given a cow skin to say, go and show Nyabela that our soldiers are as many as the feathers on this skin. And then history tells us that Roos and Senegal were decapitated. They cut their head and they put them at the entrance of the cave at Echolweni. And then after some time, when the Voortrekkers realized that it was taking some time not having the message from Roos and Senegal, they sent out people to go and find out, to investigate. And then that's when there was a war between Nyabela and the Voortrekkers. And then they fought and fought until they never had resources in the cave. And then that's how they were defeated. Nyabela and Mampuru were then arrested, taken to Pretoria. Mampuru was hanged and Nyabela was sentenced to life imprisonment. He passed away, and his grave, we are told it is in Wonderboom. The point I'm trying to make is that our Mahoshi were united, irrespective of the tribes. After that, there was a war against the Ndebele people, and then they were unable to take their young boys to the mountain, to the tribal school. And then, but then what happened? They spoke with the Sotho people, more especially in Sikukune, to say, we are unable to take our young ones to the mountain for the ritual and the like. And they asked the Sotho people to say, please look after our young boys when they are trained to be men. That is why nowadays, when you hear the Ndebele people reciting their praises, they recite in Sesotho. And their names are also the Sotho name, Abuslaki. Tima Kimang, Timna Kinasilaki, Sama Sohana, Kinameli train, Yama Planka, Kinamela train, Yama Halas. That shows you how united our people were, the Ndebeles and the Sothos. And even if you go throughout the country, you find that there is some intermarriages. But now, the remnants of the Divide et Impera still stays with us. When you go to the length and breadth of the country, you still found townships. Who are staying in the townships are the Black people. And there are very few people who manage to stay in town. These towns were regarded as urban areas. In Afrikaans, they were called blanke gebied. And then that shows that there is still a lot to be done in eradicating the scourge of tribalism. King Makhosoke II of the Mandebele tribe observe the first Saturday of March every year as King Silamba Day in Valmansdal, Kom Jege Jege, the place of pleasure, the place of fertile soil. I want to declare that I am a board member of the King Silamba Trust. In that celebration or commemoration of King Silamba, King Makhosoke II invites various tribes in South Africa and across the borders of South Africa, because there are also some Ndebeles who were taken by Mzilikazi across Zambezi River, who are now in Zimbabwe, Kwabulawayo. And then there are also kings which are invited from Sikukune, and more especially the Mampuru family are also invited each and every year, and they are given a platform to vow that there was this unity amongst the Ndebeles and the Sothos. So the message or the call that I'm making today, I want you to repeat after me when I say abolish tribalism, abolish. Can I hear you saying abolish, abolish tribalism, abolish, eradicate tribalism, eradicate. The South African Human Rights Commission has got a program called SHINE. It's an acronym for social harmony through national effort. And I've spoken about it. I don't want to repeat because maybe some of the people who had attended our International Day of the Elderly on the 1st of October were there. They I did give a keynote address there. And then also next to the Mall of the North, I did speak about it. So I don't want to be repetitive, but the message in our social, our Shine program is that umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. That's a phrase that is said in Sizulu, but in Sesotho, motu ki mutu kabatu. And then the Xhosas, I am told that when you are misbehaving, kutiwa awungumuntu. You are not acting like a human being if you are misbehaving, if there is misconduct, because every person is expected to behave in a particular way. Among other things, the message that we say in the South African Human Rights Commission is that when you meet a person in the street, whether or not you know that person, you greet that person. Nimashiro, Lochan, Sawubona, irrespective of whether you know that person. And that will result in cohesion. I was told that I must speak for only 30 minutes. I'm afraid one time I gave a speech, and when I sat down, I asked, for how long have I been speaking? And then I was told, you have been speaking for 1 hour. So my heart cleared to say, I don't want to speak long. Thank you, Mankesi. Thank you very much for opportunity. Abolish tribalism, abolish.
Abolish tribalism, abolish. As I call Mr. Victor Mavidula, the provincial manager was South African Human Rights Commission, Limpopo, Varikum Party. Thank you so much.
Sanibonani, Molo, good morning, Abhishek, Thobela, and Macheron. Thank you very much, Program Director. I've been given this task to talk about the mandate of the Human Rights Commission. But I think some of the issues that I wanted to cover from from my presentation been covered by Commission. I don't think I will repeat everything. I don't know what is happening here, you know. Okay, thank you. I hope it won't happen again. Sorry about that. I decided to look at our mandate broadly so that we can have an understanding and try to position South African Human Rights Commission in the governing structures of the country, including the government itself. I started by asking these questions, 3 questions. What right do people have and where do they come from? We all know that we have the right, but do we ask ourselves, where does these rights come from? Who get to make decisions for others and on what authority? We just find the government making decisions on our behalf and we are bound. Who give the government authority to take those decisions? How can we organize our society to meet people's needs? I think that is the question, not the government organizing itself. How do we organize ourselves to meet the people's needs? I think those are the questions that we must all ask ourselves. I had to look at the history of the state. where we come from. Why do we have a state? How did this state come into being? Why is it so powerful and have control over our lives, even our private life for that matter? When I look at the history of the state, we started back then with the state of nature. We have philosophers, we have theories such as Hobbes and John Locke who talk about the state of nature, how it has been created and for what purpose. Simply because in the state of nature, there is no one who have to enforce the law, and there's no one who can do any other thing to force other people to obey the law, because we're all controlled by the law of nature, with no one enforcing the law. So for us to have the state now, we have to come together and say, let us surrender some of our rights to the state, so that the state will then provide to us for us, or protect us, which means that the state will be given powers to make laws and enforce the law, so that all of us must obey and get protection from the state. The fact that I've surrendered some of my rights to the state have an obligation now to protect me. So that is where this relationship comes from. And then how do we do that? We could do that through what we call the social contract. We don't need to sign it now. Those who started the state have signed it, and you are bound. As long as you are existing within the territory of the state, you are now bound to be controlled and to be governed by the state. The state have an obligation to protect you. So that is why we sit here. That's why we have the Human Rights Commission now that has been created by the law. So, but it does not start there. It started back then. This is the philosophy that is today we are living in a society that is organized through that particular arrangement, the establishment of the state and the social contract that we have. So we will talk about the golden rules. Those, I'm not going to go into details regarding this, but there are golden rules that were governing the nature of the state. And there were certain rights that could not be taken from, even if I'm saying I'm surrendering some of the rights to the state, but there were rights that were not alienable, rights that cannot be taken away, that rights that you cannot give them to anyone, like the right to liberty, the right to life, the right to property. So those are the rights that even if somebody want to make laws, those rights cannot be taken away from me. So even the state cannot take away those rights. So let us get back to the history. Yes, you know, our society or our territories were governed through the kings, the leadership of the kings and the queens. Then we had, at that time, it was back then, we used to have the kings leading or ruling the country through the divine rights of the king, which means that kings are appointed by God in order to rule over their own subjects. You are not allowed to rebel against the king. You are not allowed to question the decision of the king. King will have to collect the tax and everything. So no one could challenge the authority of the kings, because they were governing through what we call the divine right of kings. Then comes the situation in 1215 back then, where it was in Britain, where we had King John, who was ruling, or was the leader of Britain. And then what happened was that he was leading with the iron hand. He was killing other people who were opposing to him. He was abusing his powers. He was jailing all his opponents and all those things. And then he was then confronted and accosted by what we call barons. Then he was forced to sign a document called Magna Carta. Magna Carta is regarded as the father of rights, or the father of human rights. This document, he didn't sign it voluntarily. He signed it by force, because people were tired of being abused by King John, because he's still regarded as the worst king in the history of Britain. So they then signed this document. In this document, we find that there were certain principles that this document introduced, that to us as South This right has been there for centuries. The key principles of Magna Carta was one was give all free men the right to justice and fair trial. No man should be arrested or imprisoned except by the judgment of their equals and by the law of the land. Everyone, including the leaders, must obey the law. What does that mean? This is the principle of justice that we find in the Constitution. When we say you have the right to fair trial, when we say this country is based on the rule of law, all the things were there, starting 1215. But we understand that in South Africa, it only came after the adoption of the Constitution in 1996. Maybe by through the interim Constitution, we had them, but they were finalized through the Constitution of 1996. So all these rights were there all along. So then coming to the rule of law, we know that this was the situation. But unfortunately, after that, then it comes to 1649, we find King Charles of England being hanged or executed publicly. Why? Because he was insisting that he is ruling through the divine right of kings. He was ruling the Britain using his powers. No one could challenge him and all those things. He was tried. He was taken to jail. And then he was then executed after being found guilty. Because the people wanted to enforce Magna Carta. Because people wanted to enforce the law. Beside King Charles was executed on the 30th of January, 1649. We also had Louis XVI of France. He was also executed with his wife after 30 days, Antoinette. So all this history, it makes us to understand that the principle of no one is above the law is there to stay. Whether you are a state, you are a president, you are a victor, you are so ever, but we are all, we need to respect the law, all of us. So the issue of respecting the law, it is not coming with the Human Rights Commission or with the state that we have today. No, it's a principle that has been there for a long time. Then when I was preparing my presentation again, it crossed my mind that I have to assess the Constitution that we have, because we draw our powers as the Human Rights Commission from the Constitution. Then the question that I was asking myself, is our document new? We adopted it in 1996, but the question that we have to ask ourselves, is this document new in this world? Don't we have other documents similar to it? And what is that those documents similar to it have achieved for its own people? Then I decided to pick up the Constitution of the United States of America. If you look at the Bill of Rights and you look at the articles that have been amended in 1791, you will realize that whatever that we have in our Constitution is there. And the United States of America Constitution is regarded as the oldest written constitution in the world. So our document is not new, it's similar to the one from the United States. Look at the Bill of Rights and look at the amendment, 10th amendment that were made in 1791, whereas the Constitution was adopted in 1787. How can what happened exactly? We must also understand that Americans also go through revolution, like what we did in South Africa. After they were oppressed by the British, and then they have to fight for their own independence. After the Declaration of Independence, then they have to sit down. They were governing each other, or they were governing through what we call article. They were governing through the article of federation. Yeah. Then through that document, things were not right, but there were people who were bold enough to say, let us draft our constitution. Those are people like George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Those are the people who lead the process of drafting the constitution, because United States did not know whether should we go for a system where we'll have our own king, because they were coming from Britain as they were colony of Britain. But they discussed and come up with a document, the liberal constitution that they have today. It was through negotiation. And we went through the same system because we had CODESA 1 and CODESA 2. So there's no difference. We have so many similarities. They come at their first meeting, they came with the Declaration of Independence prior to their winning of the independence from Britain. We came with during CODESA 1 and CODESA 2, we came up with what we call the interim constitution. After the interim constitution, then we have our own constitution of 1996, and they have their own conventional constitution convention in 1787. So they come up with this document that they have as a constitution today. But there are questions that we need to ask ourselves. They've gone through this process centuries ago. We are only 30 years. Almost 30 years in our democratic system. Then the question that we need to ask ourselves, we as South Africans, it's like we have copied what the Americans have done centuries ago. And we also copied their document, their constitution. But when we copy their document, did we sit back and look and check what their constitution have achieved for them? Whether the constitution that they have today have managed to resolve all the crises within the United States. Because they are regarded as the most democratic system in the world. They are the best. We regard them as the best. But what is that they have achieved? Something that have pushed us to say, let us emulate or let us copy this system is the best. There are so many arguments out there. The scholars will, I believe we have colleagues from universities. We all know that the issue, there's a question that whether the democratic system is the best governing system in the world. I'm not saying that I hate democracy, but that question is there. But for now, there's no other system that is better than democratic system. That's a fact. But we are not saying that is the best. But there's no better than it. So when we look at the issue of the Americans, what is that they have achieved? You will agree with me that we still have racism in America, in the United States. You'll agree with me, it's a fact. Even just last year, this recent year, it has been escalating. That's why people also came with the Black Lives Matter. Because the Constitution of the United States failed to resolve the issues that were facing the society of America. But we copy it. And when we copy it, we thought that it would produce or change the situation that we're facing, the racism that we're facing, the inequality that we are still facing today. But you copy this document, you brought it in, and you think that you'll get different results. I'm just saying, I was just doing the comparison. I'm not saying that our constitution is bad. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying it's similar to this one. And I cannot pretend as if it's a new ideas. There are new ideas in the constitution. Check it. Go to the United States of America Constitution. You'll see that it's the same. And ours was adopted more than 200 years later. That one is more than 200 years old. We copy it, but we didn't. I don't think we have made a proper assessment as to whether this American Constitution have achieved what we want to achieve as a nation. So those are the questions that I was asking myself. So then we sit back. We know that the American Constitution that we have I don't know how to call it, that we have copied, have not achieved a lot. But we have ours, and we're expecting this constitution to deal with the issue of inequality in our country. Maybe that's why every time when you face a challenge, we think of, we must maybe look at the legal framework. There must be a legal reform. Even our president just yesterday mentioned when he was addressing the gender-based violence conference, a 16 days of activism conference. He spoke about the legal reform to deal with the gender-based violence. But we don't get tired. We do the same thing and expect different results. We do this, we repeat. We've been talking about gender-based violence for decades now, but the situation is not changing. But we don't input other ideas, but we're expecting different results. We do the same thing year in and year out, but we don't expect any different result. We can see that we're not getting different results, but we keep on doing that. We are just hoping that one day we'll do the same thing and then the outcome will be different. So I think we need to look, when we sit here in this conference, I'm inviting all of us to think differently. The issue that we are facing here is very serious. But after all, we all know where we come from. Let us leave the United States Constitution. We know that when the apartheid was introduced in 1948, it was introduced and we started we were divided into different groups. The system that we are talking about, the divide and rule that Commissioner have mentioned, there are people who benefited out of it. There are people who defended it, while other people have died to make sure that all of us are united and stand here today to ensure that we have this system, even if it cannot be the best. But we have no better system that we can introduce than this one. And the fact that we might have not done things properly in the past, it does not mean that tomorrow we must do the same. The power to change what we are facing today is in our hands. We need to work together. From 1948, some of you can calculate up until 1994. That will be the age of apartheid. But today we feel it like as if it has been happening for more than 1,000 years. Because apartheid managed to damage our thinking. Apartheid managed to change our attitude towards each other. One man once said that apartheid is not something that you can teach and you can touch and feel. It's here, the attitude of mind. How you feel when you look at another person. You're not going to see it by your eyes. How you feel. Then we talk about tribalism. Yes, we're talking about tribalism. Tribalism is not a bad thing, as we think. But what does it mean? Tribalism tends to be a bad thing when being a tribalist, then allow the tribalism to control how you think, how you see other people, how you take decisions. There's nothing wrong with you being proud of being a Shangaan speaking, or a Venda speaking, or a Pedi speaking, or a Zulu speaking. That is what we want. We are all African. But if you allow that tribal mentality now to control how you must react when you see somebody who speaks Chivenda or who speaks Chipedi or Chitonga or Zulu, when you have that particular attitude, when you allow it to change your attitude and your thinking, then tribalism is bad. You are making it bad. When tribalism is now controlling your thinking when you make decisions as to who must get what, when, and how, then it's bad. When you allow tribalism now to control how you must distribute jobs in your departments, how you must distribute tenders in your department, how you must you can claim for entitlement in certain projects in the government because you are saying, I'm a vendor speaking, I want this project to be allocated to me by the municipality. Then that is where the tribalism will be bad, because you always think that this belongs to you because of this particular, you are coming from this particular tribe. Then tribalism is bad. But on its own, it's not bad. But it's likely that if it's not attended to, it tends to control your thinking. So as the Human Rights Commission, We have the mandate. We are not existing as an institution that is somewhere there. Whatever that happen in our society affect the Human Rights Commission mandate. It touches us because no one can enjoy the human rights that we have in the Constitution in an environment where you are being discriminated because you speak this particular language. You can't. Business people, how are they going to support government project if they know that, okay, when you go to this particular department in Limpopo, all people are given tender vendor speaking. In this one, we have Tonga speaking, they will get tenders from me. This particular department is for Pedi speaking. That is what the problem is about tribalism. We can't be united if we still think about tribal lines. But there's nothing wrong with you being proud of being a Zulu or a Ndebele or a Xhosa or vendor speaking. There's nothing wrong with that. We encourage people to be proud of who they are. And you must also be proud of who you are as a Black person. That's why you must also think about what Steve Biko said. He was not a tribalist. He was talking about the Black consciousness. Not from a political connotation, but if you know the principle or what Steve Biko wanted to achieve with the Black consciousness when he said, we must be proud of who we are. The Black pride must be there. And he called upon every one of us. Those who were not even be proud of themselves, he said, Black consciousness seeks to produce people who do not regard themselves as an appendage of white society, because white society produces people who are not aware that they too are people. So we promote that we conscientize our people about the philosophy of Black consciousness, but even the tribalism must be there. You must be proud of yourself as a Pedi speaking, but don't allow tribalism to influence your decision and your lifestyle. Don't allow tribalism to make you to feel that if a certain person speaks this language, this person cannot get a job in my office. Because I believe that a Pedi speaking can do better than this one. Consider the competency, and the competition that we have will allow you to choose the right candidate for whatever job, or for companies, business, allow people to compete openly and appoint the right service provider, because once you do not appoint the right service provider, that is where you'll find a lot of projects around the province stacked. How many projects that we know from our communities that they have just been left unattended? So we need to be strict with our decisions, and we must not allow ourselves to be influenced by anything. So there are three core mandates of the commission. Four core mandates of the commission. The commission is mandated to promote human rights. Why should we promote human rights? Because without knowledge of human rights, people will never know that their rights are there. And with the history where we come from, we have so many people who are not aware that we have constitution that they are not aware that they are entitled to certain rights from the constitution. We promote human rights. We go out to the villages. We have workshops. We have conferences. We have dialogues to promote human rights, to teach people about their rights and what they should do if they are facing discrimination or if they are facing violation of human rights. Then we have the protection mandate that I will touch again. But that is where we have our biting powers. A commissioner call it biting powers. And I also learned from my commissioner that this is really a biting powers. So we have that one. I'll come back to it. But we also have the power to monitor the observance of human rights. And also the powers to research. We have the powers to research. Through monitoring, we do the monitoring through our own legislation, through our own act. We also work with the NPM, the National Preventative Mechanism, where we are monitoring for the sake of assessing the situation in our place of detention around the country, so that we can give the picture of what is happening in South Africa. Why should we do that? is because South Africa is also doing well in terms of many areas. So we need to submit this information so that the country can also be assessed whether they are treating their own detainees or place of safety, all places where we restrict people of their liberty. We have the powers as the Human Rights Commission to monitor, to go inside there and they conduct inspections. We have the powers to do that. So with regard to coming back to the issue of protection that I said I will come back. The protection is when people's rights are being violated. If your rights have been violated, you can report that. I think the video that was played there, it indicates that you can report to the Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission will investigate, or as the process will be that we will have to assess your complaint and take decision as to whether we should investigate or we should not investigate. Those powers are within the commission. The commission has to take a decision. Why? Because sometimes people will come with their issues, and when we say it's not the mandate of the commission, they will be angry or force us to do that, to investigate. So we have the powers to decide. When we decide, we also take a decision on how this matter can be resolved. We have an option of taking the matter to court if we feel that, no, the only thing that we want is the decision from the court so that court can help us to take a binding decision. We also have the powers to mediate. When there's cooperation between parties who are differing, we also give them an opportunity to assist them to reach a long-lasting solution to their problem through mediation. We have trained mediators in the commission who knows what to do. I'm also one of them. So I think you might have seen us going to communities, but you don't understand this side we are doing this side we are doing this. I think one of the colleagues here from Mapila will agree that we spend more than close to 2 years visiting Mapila, working with the traditional leaders from Mapila, political parties, working with the community members. It was not an easy task. Why? Because at the beginning of our process, when we intervened, when Mapila people were angry, I've been traveling all over the province, but when those people say no, it's no. But we find that everyone is cooperating, they are willing to work with each other. Then we realize that no, there's no need for us to go to another direction. These people are willing to work with each other. Then we started the mediation process. But because there were so many people who wanted to hijack the process, some of them threatening to take us to court, some of them approaching the government, the Premier's office, reporting us. But because we know we are independent, we just turn blind eye. Those who approached us, we were able to explain what we were doing. There was a time when even the commissioner were approached to say that we don't want the commission to continue there. But because we have a constitutional mandate, we could not stop, we proceed. And since that time, 2015, we have never had a strong shutdown in Mapila, because we work with the community members. The solution that we brought was not coming from us as the Human Rights Commission. The solution came from the people of Mapila together with their traditional leaders. They were working together, making proposals, and that is what we do. We work with everyone. So we also have the mandate to take matters to court, to Equality Court, and also to inspect or to conduct monitoring on the operation of the Equality Courts. That's why you find sometimes we hold the Department of Justice accountable for not providing resources for Equality Courts. You go to court, nobody knows, including the court manager, that this court is a designated Equality Court, or all the courts now are Equality Courts, lower courts are also Equality Courts. You find the manager not even knowing. There's no board that shows Equality Court, but we always stand in front of people in the podium that if you have the matter that you want to take to court, or you feel that you are discriminated, you can simply take the matter to Equality Court. As simple as that. But to somebody who have never been there, who doesn't know the process, will never understand. And when they go to court, they don't find anyone. Even the clerk of the court does not know that there is an Equality Court. So that is the challenge that we are facing, and that's why we hold the Department of Justice accountable. So we always try by all means to work with each other. And we are also like in South Africa. Why? Because in South Africa, we have what we call the checks and balances. And again, it's not a principle that comes with our current constitution. We trace it back there, 1791, the checks and balances, where we have three arms of government. They are all separated. They are independent from each other. You have the judiciary, the parliament, and the executive. When other people come to us think that we are executive, then we say, no, these are our executive powers. We are independent. We are not part of those arms of government. And we only report to the parliament. I wish if colleagues can understand this. We don't report to the government executive. We report to the parliament. If you are a government institution and you are requesting information from my office, I'm not allowed to take the information without the decision of the commissioners. They must take decision if it need be, or else request that information through the parliament, because parliament always write to us and say, we want this information, and we submit the information. But I can't submit the information to the office of the premier or any department or any municipality. No. That is how we are structured. We don't report to the executive. We are independent. But we have the checks and balances, which is the government, which is the executive. The executive is headed by the president. Legislature is headed by the speaker. Then we have the judiciary, the chief justice. All these are independent from each other. Checks and balances, it means that the other one cannot abuse its powers. When the parliament passed the law that is unconstitutional, the judiciary will say no. You will complain and say, why is like judges are so powerful now? Who's holding the judges accountable? They are holding, they can be held accountable, judges. Why? Because those judges, we have judges today who are being impeached by the parliament. But we still question if we have this process, the judges are fair or what. Judges can also be held accountable. The executive can also be held accountable. The parliament, you hold the parliament accountable because you are the people. You elect everyone who's there in parliament. When the decision is taken there in parliament, when the parliament decided to interview the commissioner and they say, these are commissioners of the Human Rights Commission, it means that all of us are bound to support these commissioners and are bound by their decision as to how they want to run the Human Rights Commission and what is that they want to achieve during their term. They're being interviewed by the people. I'm saying by the people because those people who are interviewing the commissioners were elected by you. So we are all participating. This is what we call participatory democracy. So what I'm trying to share with you is that in South Africa, there is no institution that is having absolute power and independence. We are all accountable to another institution. We are independent. Yes, we tell you that we are independent, but we also account to the parliament. So no one have absolute power. So that is how our constitution structured our governance system in South Africa. So we need really to respect each other, and we need to understand, even if you feel that the Human Rights Commission is not doing what it's supposed to do, it's not a matter of approaching Victor or approaching the commissioner individual. It's a matter of working together to find a solution and make sure that we hold the Human Rights Commission accountable through the right process. So we are coming to the issue of tribalism. We are here. We must feel free to speak. Let us not be in denial. I've spoken to many people. Some of them will speak here, who confirm that we still have a challenge. Even our office have received complaints regarding tribalism in this province. We were there in Vuane. We were there in Malamlele. You know, I always say this is very interesting. I just want you to think about this. This is a very practical example. The people of Malamlele engaged in a protest. There was a very serious shutdown in Malamlele. And we were allowed to get in and engage with the task team. We know each other with the task team that was really in the forefront of the protest. We engaged with them. They took us around at some stage. to see Malamulele. Not that we didn't know, but some of the issues, the specific areas that they wanted us to see things that are happening. I was with my colleagues. And indeed, there were challenges of service delivery in that area. They were under Tulamela. And no one can deny that there were challenges of service delivery there. But when you look at the naked eye and you say, but it's like on the other side, which is plus or minus 25 kilometers away, Thando, it's like there's a lot of projects that are happening there. And this area of Malamulele, you get there, it's like a dark city, nothing is happening and all those things. We said as a Human Rights Commission, we're not going to take sides, right? Then we conduct our own investigation. We demanded certain documentation because there was dispute as to whether the distribution of resources, the budget expenditure there, how much we are allowed during our investigation. How much are you spending here? Show us how much you have spent in Malamulele. Show us how much percentage you spend in Thoyado, just to make that comparison. I won't tell you the results. But they protest, they then have their own municipality. It's not their own municipality. There was a municipality that was established, which is Collins Chaban, to address maybe the issue of service delivery, because in that area there was no service delivery. Then we after that, what happened was that then we engaged with the people of Wani. They were also protesting against Makado municipality. They didn't want to be part of Makado municipality anymore because they were complaining about service delivery also. Okay, the new baby come to the block. That was the Collins Chaban municipality. Then this area from one, the surrounding area, no, we can't be part of this Malamulele, the Collins Chaban municipality. Why? We went there, we were there physically engaging with the community. What are the reasons? This is a new baby. It has not even established and they have never provided any service, but they already are saying no. What is the basis of they saying no? Because this is a new municipality. You can't even accuse it of failing anything because it's a new municipality. So why don't you want to be part of the municipality of Collins Chabane? The reasons were given, but we were working with the traditional leader again, with the government official. At least we have achieved what we wanted to achieve. But we appeal with the community members that give the municipality a chance to deliver, because we have no reason to have perception that they won't deliver services. Then that was the situation. But what is important, colleagues, is that let us take decision. It goes back that even if you have your own perception, there's nothing wrong with being a tribalist. The only challenge is when the tribalist, when you are a tribalist, you then allow that feeling, you belong to this tribe, to influence your decision without even engaging and see what is wrong with Victor. Simply because Victor speaks Chivenda, you just believe that Victor cannot deliver. It is happening. And the issue of entitlement is not only in Bembe, in Sikukuni there. There's issue of young one. Do you know about it? We have that situation. There are people who call our offices complaining that they're being chased away from their post, more special security guards. And it frustrates those people who have been given tender, that they deploy security guards, but they are being chased away because they are saying you must employ people from this particular area. At the time when Tabani Molo was built, we once had a situation where we nearly had a conflict, but we managed it, we assist people. But what we are saying as the Human Rights Commission, I am standing here. I don't know whether my children will belong to Bapedi or Bavenda, but I've got children who can unite us. We don't even feel it. So we marry each other, we're building families, but somebody who does not have that in-depth knowledge about us being people will say, I don't belong to this, I belong to this. South Africa is a unitary state, and we are going to be united. we are calling upon every role player, religious leaders, traditional leaders, government, please let us play our role. Let us unite our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bumabidula. I understand but that was the reason that we are here, to get to learn more and understand social cohesion, tribalism, Zwino, allow me to call Mr. Itumeleng Seanego from the IEC, our sister organization, to come talk to us about the impact of municipal demarcation on social cohesion. Thank you, Dr. Seanego.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Human Rights Commission for extending this invitation to the Electoral Commission. It's an opportunity we appreciate. Because as you all know, all that we do as the Electoral Commission, something that reminds me of the discussion that I had not long ago with my very young nephew, who said to me, but uncle, in the IEC, what do you actually do? Now, you know that as if we are programmed, I would have said, you know, the Electoral Commission is a state institution, Chapter 9. We strengthen constitutional democracy, blah, 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 blah. And I realized that, no, with my nephew, that's not going to work. I better find another explanation. And so my explanation to him was, look, the IEC, we run elections and we then count the votes. So we are forever counting votes. And I'm glad that today I'm not counting votes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to share our observations that we have as we go about our business. And let me also take this moment to acknowledge protocol. I'm not going to ask anyone to translate. Otherwise, it may end up being a crime and injuria. The police will eventually get involved. I don't want to get into that. But let me acknowledge the presence of the commissioners of the Human Rights Commission, as well as provincial management of the Human Rights Commission, our traditional leadership. I also acknowledge you, as well as the faith-based organizations and the senior pastors that are here, the state institutions that are here, and Chapter 9s as well, various government departments, and our thought leaders as well, that is the university colleagues, the civil society organizations, and general stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. We have been requested as the Electoral Commission, as you can see here, to talk about the impact of the municipal demarcation on social cohesion. Let me also activate my slides here. And I thought that to be fair to this topic, there we go. To be fair to this topic, there are a few areas that one need to consider. Firstly, there is a need for us, ladies and gentlemen, to interrogate the idea of social cohesion. What are we actually talking about? And also to look at why is this concept of social cohesion important? What are the effects of the municipal demarcation processes on social cohesion in the South African context? Because mainly that's what my topic focuses on. And the fourth area of focus is what is the role of the Electoral Commission in building this social cohesion? And lastly, the recommendations that we wish to make in strengthening social cohesion in the light of these challenges that we'll be outlining on the municipal demarcation process. And so if you look at the literature on social cohesion, there's a number of definitions that are proffered, quite a number. But I thought, let me just pick 2 or 3 so that we can see what social policy makers, sociologists, and political philosophers are actually saying about this concept of social cohesion. Some define it as a capacity of societies and social groups to peacefully and inclusively navigate social change while enhancing group and individual freedoms. While others look at it as the capacity of societies to peacefully manage collective decision-making, a process that as the Electoral Commission, we are also involved in. On the other hand, some theorists, social theorists, are defining social cohesion as the willingness of the members of society to cooperate with each other in order to survive and prosper. Another group of sociologists, perhaps, would look at social cohesion as the quality of social cooperation and togetherness, of collective, defined in geographic terms, that is expressed in attitudes and behaviors of its members. Now, what are the indicators when we make an assertion that indeed in a particular society there is social cohesion? What are the pointers there? There should be low levels of social exclusion. Where you have high indications of social exclusion, like Mr. Mavidula was saying earlier about the instances of Malamulele and Vuani, then you know that something is cooking about the idea of social cohesion. The center might not be holding. Empowerment of minority, just because you are a minority in a society does not mean that you should not belong. You should still have that sense of belonging as part of this social cohesion. The disadvantaged groups still have a sense of belonging the same way as your minorities. Low levels of violence. The minute you have high levels of violence, that is another indication that your social cohesion is in trouble. And another indicator, ladies and gentlemen, is about the institutions for peaceful management of rapid change. If you have institutions that are not able to manage such a change, fast, rapidly changing social environment, and those institutions that are set up for that process, and they're not able to do that, then you know that something is amiss with the idea of social cohesion. And in my particular topic, as I'm reflecting more on the role of the demarcation board, we will see the challenges that are facing the demarcation board. And remember, the demarcation board is one of those institutions that have been set up to redetermine the apartheid spatial planning, to correct all that went wrong previously with the apartheid spatial planning. And so when you have institutions like those not able to take full charge of that rapidly changing social environment, then you know something is amiss with social cohesion. So that's one of the indicators. Now, with the number of definitions that we have looked at, eventually you have to settle on the idea that indeed social cohesion as a concept really is a social construct, denoting that you have a social collective that agrees on a particular way in which things should be done in any society, in the absence of which you have social problems. And in severe circumstances, you have what is called social disintegration. And now with this slide, I just want to sort of summarize all those definitions that we've looked at in terms of what constitutes social cohesion, to look at what are these domains, what are these dimensions that these sociologists and social theorists are really looking at when they talk about social cohesion. The first domain, you have a set of definitions that center around the idea of social cohesion as social relations. And the dimensions around that domain revolve around social networks in that community, the trust in people, as well as acceptance of diversity. Once you fail to accept diversity in a community, and this is what Mr. Mabidul was talking about earlier, then you know that there are some problems. And of course, on the extreme right hand, you have what are the guidelines for these dimensions against these social domains on social cohesion. Now, the second domain there is connectedness, the sense of connectedness as one aspect of social cohesion. And what are the dimensions of connectedness as a domain in social cohesion? One of those is identification. Another is the trust in institution and the perception of fairness. You see, where you have social violence, as an example, surely in that ensuing of social violence, there must be some form of conviction on the part of other community members that there is an absence of fairness. You wouldn't have people fighting, not believing that there is some form of unfairness. And the third domain of social cohesion is focus on the common good. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, today because we are convinced that there is a social good that we ought to have in this country. And that's one of the domain of social cohesion. And you look at the dimensions relating to that would be your social solidarity and helpfulness, respect for the rules, and perceptions of fairness. That's a given. Also, I wanted to touch on the idea of now having made an attempt to look at various definitions of social cohesion, the domains and dimensions of social cohesion. Why is it important? I mean, you can't just go on and on about something that we are not convinced is important. We also need to look at why we believe that social cohesion is important. Again, a number of researchers have looked at this particular topic, and some of them looked at the idea of mediating conflict in society in a peaceful manner. And this is one of the issues that we are looking at as the Electoral Commission, much as we count votes. At the deepest essence of what we do is, as the Electoral Commission, ladies and gentlemen, we are also responsible for mediating contests for state power. Otherwise, if you don't have that, you can be rest assured that you will have problems, as we always do in other countries, where there is absence of democracy. In other words, successful mediation of the contest for state power, then you have troubles. And history is replete with examples in that regard. So that's another reason why social cohesion is important. And then you look at the occupation of leadership positions as well as positions of authority without recourse to violence. You can occupy such positions in society without resorting to violence. And as soon as you have that, you know that whatever you deem social cohesion is working in your community. The last slide was not displayed. Other considerations, ladies and gentlemen, that we may want to look at as the reasons why social cohesion is important. The first one there, look at issues around moral decay in a society or social disintegration. You see, there are certain things where if you have the absence of, then you know things are looking good. For example, if you get into a country and you realize immediately that the levels of violence or crime very, very low, then you know something's good about that particular society. You know that the level of social cohesion in that particular country is high. Now, the adverse is also the case. Where you have high levels of moral decay in a community, in a society, where you have high levels of social disintegration in society, then you know that whatever you deem social cohesion in that community is in trouble. So that's one of the reasons why social cohesion is important, so that you do not have social disintegration. You do not have moral decay in any community. Others look at the reason as social cohesion being that glue that holds society together, which is indeed the case. If we cannot agree on the rules in a community, in a society, chances are that what I indicated earlier, Rijana Kameno, eventually. And that's why earlier I had to acknowledge protocol, because it's important to do so. Societal characteristics, ladies and gentlemen, of social and institutional trust, cooperation for the common good, and the inclusive identity are a fair measure that social cohesion prevails. That's another importance of social cohesion in any given society. Again, social cohesion is helpful in terms of facilitating internal workings of multicultural society. Because if you don't have that, the likelihood is that you're going to have a myriad of social problems where you do not have, where you have multicultural society that is not pulling in the same direction. Also, social cohesion, ladies and gentlemen, promotes the following: quick run, the means to secure the basic needs. If you have the pursuit of human rights, as an example, where you have people in Vuani asking for services, all they're saying is that we want some security in terms of being able to meet our basic needs. Progress on social advancements, that's one of the reasons why it's important. The protection of political and socio-legal rights is another, and the dignity and social confidence. Access to social capital, which is also very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot expect somebody who grew up in a shack somewhere in Alexandra Township with no facility whatsoever, for that person in their adult life to compete on an equal basis with somebody who has been raised in Houghton, around Santon area. That would be unfair expectation. Why? Because of the very same idea of social capital. What has been invested in the two individuals is not the same. Their social capital is not the same. And therefore, that also impacts on their dignity. And so when we're talking about the idea of social cohesion, you cannot leave out the idea of social capital because it's at the very foundational base of social cohesion. Now, let's look into the demarcation issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be making observations which should not be interpreted as criticism against the demarcation board, but merely observations. As the Electoral Commission, in the work that we do, as you are well aware, for every elections that we have, we must first ensure that the demarcation board does its work in terms of the redetermination of the boundaries. And once they're done with that process, they hand over the data to us and we use that data to plan for elections. So we can never do any election without the demarcation board first doing its job. So invariably, as and when we plan for elections, there are certain challenges that we come across emanating from that demarcation process by the demarcation board. And this is what I now want to focus on. You'll be well aware that the demarcation board is a creature of a statute in terms of provisions in the constitutions, in particular section 155, and also the Local Government Municipal Demarcation Act of 1998. And so in terms of the work that the demarcation board does, it's clearly laid out in the legislative instruments. And if you look at in particular in terms of section 24 to 25 of the Demarcation Act, the objectives of the demarcation board are laid bare for everyone to see. And Ms. Namabidula already did what? 1/3 of what I needed to say about both Malamulele and Vuani as an example of the kind of challenges that we had. Just to cite one example. Now, just as a reminder, the Vuani troubles in 2015 started with the then Minister of Kokta, who exercised his section 22 rights in the Demarcation Act, wherein he requested the Demarcation Board to redetermine the municipal boundary in the Vembe district. And as you're well aware, the kind of challenges that ensued after that were quite impactful, both in terms of the social cohesion issue that we are talking about, as well as the work of the Electoral Commission, as we're preparing for 2016 local government elections. Mr. Mabidula, we also went there in Vuani. We had countless number of meetings there with the leadership in the community members. It was not an easy one, ladies and gentlemen. It was a tough one, especially that our concern at the time was to ensure that for 2016 local government elections, we can still, as the Electoral Commission, pronounce the elections as being free and fair. But the conditions in that area were so tough that we were doubtful if we would pronounce elections in 2016 as being free and fair, given what was happening in the particular area. Now, we spoke about the issue of ethnicity. Some research has been done. For example, a gentleman called Bonolo Letlape within the Demarcation Board published a paper in 2022 wherein he actually published the study he did around Malamulele and Vuani, focusing particularly on that particular issue. Now, the issue of ethnicity, on a number of occasions, the leaders would not be forthright about it, would actually deny that it's at the center of what is causing trouble. in the area as it did in Vuwani in 2015, 2016. But the research, for example, that I'm quoting from Bonolo Letape does indicate that with interviews with a number of community members, the issue of ethnicity was laid bare as the basis of much of the violence that we saw in that area as the demarcation board was busy. And of course, we also have to admit, ladies and gentlemen, that again, ethnicity was another factor in redetermination of the boundaries in Vuwani in 2015, 2016. Now, once you have ethnicity as one of the processes pursued in the functions performed by a state institution, then we can be rest assured that as a community, we are failing. Because here you have a perfect opportunity for us to correct apartheid special planning. And yet, in the process of doing that, in the process of correcting apartheid special planning, you have the very same factor that was central to apartheid also being used to correct. You can't have it right. And of course, as the Electoral Commission, our interest was limited to ensuring that we have free and fair elections. But that was a challenge in the case of Vuwani. Now, another challenge that the demarcation board faced, maybe by a design or default, is the fact that the implementation process of the demarcation is prone to the failure. If a portion continues to be outsourced to the municipalities and the Department of Coxton. And maybe I should pause to explain what I mean by that before I'm misunderstood. In the process of redetermining the boundaries by the demarcation board, the process that is followed by the MDB, of course, there will be social consultation with communities, but then you have the municipalities being expected to run with some aspect of that process of consultation. Now, and I'll intimate why we believe that is inherently problematic. You see, the legislative mandate of the demarcation board is to ensure redetermination of these boundaries in a way that encourages social cohesion. However, the minute you outsource some portion of that implementation process to the municipalities, you're saying, politicians, here is some ball, play around with it. The fact is, the interest of the politicians in municipalities may not necessarily be aligned to the interest of the demarcation board in conducting that process. And that's where the problem is, and hence one is making an observation that this implementation process, at least this portion, is prone to some serious problems. And it is because of this, ladies and gentlemen, that you have what we also call, in the demarcation process, gerrymandering. And I'll explain why I deem that to also be very, very important, something that we should not relegate to the background. You see, when, well, politicians, I would say, are in charge of the demarcation process, they may want to put aside the interest of the demarcation board. And the reason why you end up with gerrymandering process is because some group of politicians would look at this particular area to say, we have to demarcate this ward for the upcoming local government elections. Now, we see that in this particular area, this ward has been dominated by white people. How do we then dilute this ward to make sure that in the coming local government elections, we win this ward by hook or by crook? How do we do that? Using the demarcation process. That's where gerrymandering comes in. What that means is they would then look at that particular ward, particularly the geography and the demographics of that particular ward, to say, okay, because in this particular ward, in this area, you have white people. Now, to redemarcate this area, let's move the line, the boundary line, to accommodate a portion of that township and that particular village, to make it a ward, so that we dilute, in a way, that particular ward, to make sure that in the forthcoming local government elections, we win that ward and no longer by a certain ethnic group. Now, here is the trouble, ladies and gentlemen. In some instances, as the IEC, as we manage local government elections, you get to realize that because of gerrymandering that I'm talking about, you have wards that are shaped like your horseshoe. Geographically, when you look at that particular ward, it does not make sense in the manner in which it has been redemarcated. It just doesn't make sense. And then you can clearly see the political intentions behind the redetermination of that particular ward boundary. And you know that because of that horseshoe shape of the ward, gerrymandering has been at work. How does that come about? When the demarcation board outsources a portion of its implementation process to municipalities, and you end up with a problem. So that's one of the challenges that as the IEC, we then need to manage. This can be challenging. There we go. So the veiled question of the extent to which ethnicity plays a role in the demarcation process must be fully answered, must be frankly answered. Otherwise, the idea of ethnicity in the demarcation process will remain a problem to our social cohesion. Now, let me quickly move on to the role of the Electoral Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to go into details about that. You know that if you look at Section 1D of the Constitution, it's very, very clear. That provision, the foundational provision of the Constitution, stipulates that the Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state found on the values. The first one and the only one that I'll talk about is 1D on the universal adult suffrage, the universal common voters role, the national common voters role, regular elections and multi-party system of democratic government to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. Now, for every successive election that we have as the Electoral Commission, we strive towards the realization of this constitutional imperative, which in a way encourages the social cohesion that we're talking about. And the legitimacy of democratic structures in our country depend on maximization of inclusion and participation and giving full recognition of the rights to all citizens. Again, on this issue, already that tells you I'm about to finish. It's a bit challenging. I'm not sure. Oh, yes. There we go. The role of the Electoral Commission. If in any given society, a certain portion of people feel excluded or feel that they are irrelevant and their needs are not taken into account, you can be rest assured that the democratic participation is not going to take place in the manner that it is intended. So social cohesion, if undermined and people's fundamental rights are curtailed, you're going to have some issues with social cohesion. To ensure strong democracies, as we attempt to do in the Electoral Commission, it is essential to empower people to participate and influence the decisions that affect their lives. And elections are one of those. Social cohesion stems from a democratic effort to establish a social balance, economic dynamism, and a national identity with the goals of founding a system of equity, sustaining the impulses of uncontrolled economic growth, and avoiding social fractures. Now, as I conclude with the recommendations, having spoken about social cohesion, what it is, the domains and the dimensions, the work of the demarcation board and the challenges we've outlined, the role of the commission, electoral commission, in strengthening democracy as part of strengthening social cohesion. Having identified all of these challenges, what would we want to recommend going forward in terms of the demarcation processes as an effort towards strengthening social cohesion? Firstly, social cohesion, ladies and gentlemen, does not happen by mistake. It's not an accident. There has to be a deliberate policy position in a country that must be adopted to bring about, if not the social cohesion, then at least the awareness of its importance and centrality. For example, you look at the European Union. Through the Treaty of Maastricht in 1992, they declared social cohesion to be their main policy goal. And this was again adopted in their Lisbon agenda in the year 2000 by both the European Union and the OECD countries. Now, to avoid the challenges, for example, of gerrymandering that I spoke about earlier, as one of those vehicles that drive social cohesion to destruction, to avoid such challenges, one would want to make a recommendation, particularly to the demarcation board, that they need to make sure that not a single operational responsibility in terms of the demarcation process from A to Z is outsourced. Because once you do that, as we always see, then already you're sitting with a problem. Because the very same institution that you're outsourcing a portion of your implementation to, their interest may not necessarily be aligned to your interest. And that may cause some disharmony. It has been suggested by some researchers, I quoted Letape earlier, who intimated that perhaps the demarcation board would need to consider socio-cultural and anthropological studies before embarking on the process of demarcation. Simply because, for example, if you look at many of the complaints that we get from our traditional leadership around the demarcation process is the fact that they were not adequately consulted. And then you want to check with the demarcation board. How does it happen that before you conduct your redetermination of the boundaries, the traditional leadership feels that they are not adequately consulted? And indeed, when you look at, for example, just the communication, there's some issues there with regard to their communication. So that's one challenge that we have identified. And in terms of recommendation, that's one area they can look into. In almost all of the MDB-related cases, ladies and gentlemen, that we handle before each election, including the past 2 weeks when we had the registration weekend, we had to deal with some of these MDB-related challenges. The issue of consultation has always been at the center. And I can give you an example. For example, we had some issues around the Siakamela area, issues between Kgoshi Siakamela and Kgosi Maleboho. As the Electoral Commission, we had to be part of those discussions in order to try and find a solution to the problems they had. The Hadumasi area in the Vembe district, for this registration weekend, we had to make sure that we get involved in that particular process because it's in our interest to make sure that the registration process and elections go well. So we are well aware that many of the challenges that are left behind by the demarcation board as they determine the ward boundaries, those kind of challenges are remaining for us to deal with as the Electoral Commission. And that becomes a bit of a challenge because our mandate, ladies and gentlemen, is not to go about consulting with communities about the demarcation issues, but we are forced to confront those issues because they then affect us as we have to conduct the elections. The very final one. Another challenge and the recommendation that researchers have identified is the issue of buzzing. Now, what do they mean by buzzing? At the time when the demarcation board is conducting consultation process, what has been observed appropriately or inappropriately, and this is one of the issues raised previously, was that, for example, some political parties who have vested interest in the outcome of that consultation would buzz people around the province. If the demarcation board is going to have a hearing, for example, in Sekhukhune, some political parties with vested interest would not hesitate to literally hire buses to get people to that venue so that in that hearing of the demarcation board in Sekhukhune, the impression created is that people agree with this position that has been submitted. When the truth is those people have been buzzed to that area so that they influence the outcome of that particular hearing in that area. So the issue here is the demarcation board, in the process of conducting this hearing, should also consider, ladies and gentlemen, other effective methods of maybe dealing with mayoral imbizos to make sure that the outcome reflects the fair view of those communities and not the biased view that people have been talking about. And eventually, on the idea of ethnicity in the demarcation process, as it pertains to social cohesion, what one can make, the assertion one can make is that the failure to eradicate ethnicity in various state processes, including the demarcation process, then the damage caused to the gains that we've made so far in our democracy will be incalculable. And I believe this calls for a revised way of conducting demarcation to foster social cohesion. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And Tatesiane, today you are not counting numbers. You've not even mentioned 10. So there are no numbers. I know you to be a man of numbers where you count thousands and thousands. Kindly allow me to call in Tatesiane Mahatu, the Acting Chief Director for Transformation in the Office of Premier, to come talk to us on the impact of tribalism on inclusivity programs for persons with disability in promoting social cohesion in the Limpopo Province. Welcome, Tate Selailo Mahatu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful for the Human Rights Commission for inviting me to this session. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The impact of tribalism on inclusive programs for persons with disabilities in promoting social cohesion in Limpopo Province. I'm coming from the division known as special programs. Special programs, it covers people with disabilities, children, older persons, and military veterans. So we are dealing with the rights of these groups. And some of the activities that we are engaged in is we are creating awareness and advocacy on the rights of these groups. We are monitoring compliance and impact of these rights. We are building capacity to civil society and government departments and municipalities on these rights. We are coordinating provincial disability rights mechanism, child rights mechanism, older persons rights mechanism, and military veterans mechanisms. We have a constitution in South Africa, and when you look into this constitution, clause 9 of that constitution talks about all people being equal before the law. And our activities have led to this situation. To give an example, in Limpopo Province, we have TVET colleges, yeah, TVET colleges. And the period from 2015 till now, we have TVET colleges, including people with disabilities in their programs. If you look at the laws that govern them, they've been talking about people with disabilities throughout, and we wanted to test whether these colleges are including people with disabilities. And in 2015, we met the principals of the 7 TVET colleges in Limpopo Province, and we asked them, are you including these people? And they told us the reality that they are struggling. And we agreed that since from that time, they need to start including these people. And in 2018, we took them to Northwest Taletso TVET College. And we also took them to Motel TVET College in Free State, where they learned how these groups are mainstreamed into the programs of TVET colleges. In terms of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Persons with disabilities include those with physical, mental, intellectual, and sensory impairments. So that means people with disabilities there are a number of them. Social cohesion refers to the situation of connectedness and solidarity among persons within these societies. Tribalism refers to the state of a tribe within a society. It will first be a tribe, and later people will just show loyalty towards a tribe. You will find somebody living in KwaZulu-Natal being somebody linked to Skukwine tribe, but because he's having that surname and is connected to those people, even when he is in KwaZulu-Natal, he will still declare that I am a Pedi tribe. So so when you are in the same tribe with somebody, you feel so good when you meet that person because you are sharing the surname with that person and you are having some blood relations with people of that surname. And then you are also enjoying the relationship that you are having with the chief or the king of that tribe. In terms of people with disabilities, we have listened how the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities define disability. But in practical terms, it means there will be the following types of people with disabilities. Each group forms part of this group. There will be the mentally impaired people. It's a group on its own. There will be intellectually impaired people, another group. There will be Down syndrome. It's a group on its own. You'll have blind people, you'll have deaf people, you'll have various groupings. These are different groupings. Some of them, they will have more than one type of a group, more than one type of a disability. You'll find one type having 2 or 3 or 4 types of disabilities in itself. And each of these types of disabilities has its own kind of characters that it displays. So some of the characters would be good. Some, when you look at the characters, you'll say, no, this type of disability I won't like. The white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities believes in people with disabilities mainstreamed in all programs of the society. This means when Human Rights Commission is conducting a summit on social cohesion, people with disabilities need to be there to speak up their minds. And when people with disability, when a particular department has organized sports activity, today within the provincial government departments, all different departments have come together. They are sharing sports activity. We are calling that a sports convention. People with disabilities need to participate in that sports activity to show their talent as well. Historically, we are learning that different types of families, even where people with disabilities belonged, those families or those types of families killed their people with disabilities because they found it very strange for these people to be part of them. So being part of our office, we move around, we conduct awareness creation and advocacy on the rights of these people in order to achieve this social cohesion. Today, the TVET colleges are now combined. I indicated that at some stage they were not having people with disabilities. But today, when you go to Vembe TVET College, you'll find learners with disabilities in that TVET college. We have, working with various communities in Limpopo Province, we have come to realize that there is a traditional leader in Waterberg. And this traditional leader has refused people with disabilities with farming area. These people have mobilized funds for themselves and they wanted land for them to make farming. But when they approached their traditional leader, that traditional leader did not give them the land. Then another example, we have Hosi, Pete, my Fali Ramapulana, who was a traditional leader of Sentumule. This one I will mention because his story is very good. This traditional leader loved people with disabilities. And finally, his community, using him, they established a special school within his village. And this special school is for intellectually impaired people. So I've shown two examples. An example where people with disabilities were refused farming land by their traditional leader, and I've shown a situation whereby one traditional loved people with disabilities. In terms of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, I've already indicated that it indicates that people with disabilities must be mainstreamed in the programs of the whole society, be it sport, be it social cohesion, be it everything. So our office has tried whatever it could to change the situation so that the society in Limpopo Province live in terms of social cohesion measures, but we did not do everything. People with disabilities, in that way, they are enjoying their life to the fullest because they see themselves as being part of the whole nation. And in that way, we are saying people with disabilities must be mainstreamed in the programs of the same society. It means when people with disabilities are mainstreamed in the programs of the whole society, being part and parcel of every aspect of the society, they will be employed, they will be able to participate in sports, they will be able to attend everything that happens around them as part and parcel of that society. And in that way, we'll be saying they are mainstreamed in the social cohesion of that society. We feel we are still too far from the social cohesion of people with disabilities. Because in some areas, when you go there, you still find that they are not welcomed. And if you go into some areas, you'll still find that they are welcomed. And in that way, all of us must be trying what we can do to make people with disabilities to be part and parcel of the society wherein they live. Being part and parcel of the society where you live means you are able just to share conversations. You are able to discuss various issues as being part and parcel of that society. And in that way, you enjoy a situation that you are the same group participating in that society, and you are connected to those people in everything that you are doing. So our office is trying its best to mobilize the entire society to understand people with disabilities. And in that way, we can say people with disabilities will at some stage be part and parcel of the whole society if we all try like what we are doing. In this way, I would like to conclude by saying, let us take this whole program and make sure that we mainstream issues of persons with disabilities into the programs of the whole society. In that way, the people with disabilities will be mainstreamed and enjoy being part of the whole society. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Silaelo. Can I suggest or we take a refresher, some 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes refresher so that when we come back, then we proceed with our sessions, this conversations or this conference. Thank you so much. There's tea. Please assist in opening our door over there so they see where the tea is. And then, like you've been directed to the ablution facilities down there. Let's take a 10 minutes break.
I thought maybe they had a plan, but they just moved it.
We are going to have a panel, we were, it was that, we were thinking that they would be. They put them behind other we'll take it off. But we were thinking that they will use it when they come to address, unless otherwise we will make sure that we put the put table, because they will have to read their there will be four, I think others will be 3. Yeah. Yeah. So because if we put yeah, it's means that the family members here, that those people are there will not be able to see them. So even if yeah, but what about yeah, I think it's long. I can see that we still have a can still accommodate. But the issue of sound. Begging. I'm moving the speaker. Let me hold this part.
Yeah, got it. Thank you so much. Yeah, you see, that's my problem. That cable isn't long enough. They plug there. You're gonna need the power. Yeah, they plug here. There's someone.
Let's just get an extension.
I don't have. Okay, so put this speaker over there.
When you're done, can I have the use this one straight out of the box?
saw me. How? You never saw me. I am not responsible for that. I am not. I am not responsible for that. All the actions, I'm not responsible for them. I don't know. I think it's the approach that is actually then killing me. Yes, it is his approach. Plus, he triggers me.
The year 1994 shall forever remain indelible in the minds of all South Africans. Not only did it mark the dawn of a new dispensation, but more significantly, it gave birth to our constitutional democracy. South Africa's constitution is heralded the world over for its universal application and liberal inclusion of all human rights. Moreover, a post-apartheid South Africa ushered in the establishment of Chapter 9 institutions. Chapter 9 institutions, such as the South African Human Rights Commission, serve as vanguards and custodians of our benchmark constitution. Who is the SAHRC? As an independent institution, the South African Human Rights Commission is constitutionally mandated to ensure the attainment and enjoyment of human rights for all South Africans. The Commission and other Chapter 9 institutions were established to uphold and guard our constitutional values. Thus, as a custodian of the Constitution, the Commission is mandated with ensuring the fulfillment of and access to our universal human rights. What does the SAHRC do? The Commission is mandated by the Constitution to ensure the attainment and enjoyment of human rights for all South Africans, irrespective of race, gender, sex, creed, culture, or class. In fulfilling its broad mandate, the Commission works with a vast multitude of communities in and around South Africa. The Commission prides itself in having long-standing and mutually beneficial networks in an endeavor to educate people about their rights. As an independently established body, The Commission also works with government to ensure the delivery of services to its citizens. The Commission's work is not only limited to serving communities, but extends to Parliament, where the Commission works together with policymakers to make and pass laws that improve the lives of our people. The Commission also ensures the right to access to justice, particularly through the courts. How does the SAHRC carry out its mandate? The Commission promotes, protects, and monitors human rights without fear, favor, or prejudice. The Commission is concerned mainly with promoting a culture of human rights. Through its advocacy, research, and legal units, the Commission ensures the overall promotion, monitoring the observance and protection of human rights respectively. Where can you find us? The Commission's head office is based in Johannesburg, Gauteng, and also has offices throughout our 9 provinces. A person whose rights have been violated can seek recourse by lodging a complaint with the Commission. Members of the public may take the following steps in order to lodge an official complaint. By walk-ins at any of our branches throughout the 9 provinces. Sending a fax, 011 403 0684, head office. Writing a letter, private bag X2700 Houghton 2041. Via telephone at 011 877 3600. The Commission is also accessible via social media platforms. Facebook, South African Human Rights Commission. Twitter, at SAHR Commission. YouTube, South African Human Rights Commission, SAHRC1. Our committed staff are available to assist during office hours. The year 1994 shall forever remain indelible in the minds of all South Africans. Not only did it mark the dawn of a new dispensation, but more significantly, it gave birth to our constitutional democracy. South Africa's constitution is heralded the world over for its universal application and liberal inclusion of all human rights. Moreover, a post-apartheid South Africa ushered in the establishment of Chapter 9 institutions. Chapter 9 institutions, such as the South African Human Rights Commission, serve as vanguards and custodians of our benchmark constitution. Who is the SAHRC? As an independent institution, the South African Human Rights Commission is constitutionally mandated to ensure the attainment and enjoyment of human rights for all South Africans. The Commission and other Chapter 9 institutions were established to uphold and guard our constitutional values. Thus, as a custodian of the Constitution, the Commission is mandated with ensuring the fulfillment of and access to our universal human rights. What does the SAHRC do? The Commission is mandated by the Constitution to ensure the attainment and enjoyment of human rights for all South Africans, irrespective of race, gender, sex, creed, culture, or class. In fulfilling its broad mandate, the Commission works with a vast multitude of communities in and around South Africa. The Commission prides itself in having long-standing and mutually beneficial networks in an endeavor to educate people about their rights. As an independently established body, the Commission also works with government to ensure the delivery of services to its citizens. The Commission's work is not only limited to serving communities, but extends to Parliament, where the Commission works together with policymakers to make and pass laws that improve the lives of our people. The Commission also ensures the right to access to justice.
Thank you very much. That was more than 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Please get settled. So we proceed with our session 2. In our session 2, we've got some changes there. I'll quickly tell you what's happening. Thank you so much. I see you really settled very quickly. And now we'll be in our session 2, wherein we all have a responsibility to build social cohesion in our society. And then now we'll be calling in our panelists to come, but I'll be calling them one by one. Once they've talked, they will then sit, they will not move so that they can be able to take their questions as they come. Let me call Dr. Tsangwani from the CRL Commission, the commission with the long name, Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Rights, to come and talk to us, and then we'll then give them time to deliberate on the matter.
I think it's still morning. It's 6 minutes to 12, so it's still morning. Thobela. Abushani baka good morning. I'm not that, yeah, okay, it's already there. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. I'm here to I have to press here. Yes, I'm going to put this one on and you can see. I'm not good, but you have to stay closer. I'm not good in technology. Just click that one for next. And let's go back. Okay. And if you struggle, I'll this one is being back. Okay. Okay. So. Can you just sit? Okay. You'll wait until all of you. Okay. Let me start by giving thanks to the program director, my sister here, Mankisa Tema, the organizers of this important event, and the house at large. I'm here, I'm standing on behalf of the CEO. If you check from your program, the name that is written there is not mine. So I'm standing on behalf of the CEO who couldn't come because of some other engagements. I'm coming from the CRL Rights Commission. The CRL Rights Commission abbreviation, it's an abbreviation of a commission. We are a Chapter 9 institution. CRL Rights Commission stands for Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic, Rights of Communities. So CRL Rights Commission, this presentation is all about the CRL Rights Commission's contribution to the Conference on Building Social Cohesion and Eradication of Tribalism in Limpopo Province. The title that I was given is The Impact of Tribalism on Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities' Rights. So I will start by giving you the outline of my presentation. The presentation will be, we will start with vision and mission. I will give you the vision and mission of our commission. Okay, you know, I'm forgetting. I was told that I have to click here to go to the next slides. So I'm not good in technology. It's not long that I was exposed to this thing. So that's why, okay. The presentation outline is that I will start with the vision and mission. Number 2, overview of the presentation. Number 3, objectives of the commission. 4, background. 5, challenges of tribalism. 6, possible solutions. 7, CRL Rights Commission on Tribalism. And the last one will be conclusion. My slides are not many and they do not have much information. So I will be very fast. Don't be intimidated. I will be very, very fast. The vision and the mission of the Commission of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Rights of Communities is that we promote mutual respect amongst the diverse cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. And our vision is to foster rights of communities to freely observe and practice your culture, your religion, and speak your own language whenever you feel like. And then the overview of this presentation is that this Commission for the Promotion and Protection of Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities is a national institution established to support constitutional democracy in South Africa. It is established in terms of, I'm sorry, I didn't, oh my God. I moved. I'm sorry. I told the person who was giving me this thing to stay closer because I know I have this weakness. Okay, I need the slides on overview, number 4 statement overview, if you go back a little bit. So this commission is established in terms of section 181 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So in terms of the section 181 number 2 of the Constitution, the commission is independent. It's subject only to the Constitution and the law. And in carrying its mandate, the commission is required to be impartial and to exercise its powers and perform its functions without any fear, favor, and prejudice. Let's go to the next slide. So let me share with you the objectives of the commission. The objectives of the commissions are that this commission is meant to promote respect for and further the protection of rights of CRL communities. I will just give you the abbreviation so that maybe we may not take very long. So the other objective is that we promote and develop peace among whoever. We develop friendship, humanity, tolerance, and national unity among and within CRL communities on the basis of equality, non-discrimination, and free association. We foster mutual respect among CRL communities. We promote the right of communities to develop their historically diminished heritage. Last year, we were moving around all the provinces. We had a project with the people that are called the cohesion people. So we were moving around because if maybe you can reflect back on the history, you will realize that those people, they are like, their culture, languages, they are diminished. So what we were doing, we were moving around trying to revitalize their languages. So the other thing that we do, we recommend the establishment or recognition of community councils. Let me give you the background of these presentations. Who is South Africa? What is the type of a country is South Africa? South Africa is a diverse country to an extent that the leaders of democracy likens her to a rainbow with many different colors to complete its existence. Hence, we are called a rainbow nation. South Africa is a rainbow nation because of our different tribes, our different languages, our different colors, our different cultures. It is this diversity that makes us unique and become what is called South Africans. Without this diversity, South Africa ceases to be admired, beautiful and always jovial people. Celebration of the winning of the World Cup by the Springbok Amabokoboko is the case in point of what type of a country we are or we are supposed to be. So the challenges that comes up with tribalism. Tribalism is when people are more devoted to their own tribes than their friends, country, or social groups. The practice of tribalism on its own, it undermines our constitutional democracy and it affects us in all spheres of life. Tribalism affects our political, economical, and social lives. Tribalism contributes to poverty, exploitation, economic and technological backwardness, socio-cultural handicaps, and the problems of assimilation with the non-tribal population. The negative impact of tribalism is that it excludes individuals or groups and take away your rights, your status, and your independence. So we cannot have the challenges and not come up with solutions. So the possible solutions are this. The country has done its best to fight the past imbalances of cultural, religious, and linguistic discriminations, which fuels ethnic conflicts and promote nepotism based on tribal affiliation. So the diverse province of Limpopo can be a better place to live in if we all live together in peace and work together in harmony. Just look as to how beautiful it is for us to be together. We have Venda, Watsonga, we have Peris, we have so many people here around us. So the possible solutions continue. Fighting tribalism is very simple and very possible. What we require is a change of mindset. I was listening to somebody the other day, the person was preaching. So the person was talking about racism. So this person is an Afrikaans speaking person. So he said while he was growing up, the neighbors were the English speaking people. So he said whenever he meet that boy, the boy from the English speaking people, without saying anything, we'll just start fighting with the person. Start fighting with the person. But the problem was the programming of mind, the mindset. To him, those are not the right people. So, and by then he was very young. The other day I was seated at home. So my daughter came in running, saying, "Ma, this is unfair. There is this lady who is passing here at the road with a girl from crash, a young girl from crash." So this girl, so my daughter and the friend were appreciating the dress that this girl was wearing. They were saying, "You're wearing a nice girl." She said, she said that other one. So my daughter was saying, "Why can't we talk to the mother?" The mother didn't say anything. But I realized that it is the programming, the mindset. It's how the person is being raised. Oh, I'm sorry. It's like I jumped. Okay. If we stop seeing each other as pedis, as vendors, as songers, as coisans, etc., but we start to see as each other as fellow citizens of South Africa, and can understand that we are all humans, irrespective of our cultural, religious, and linguistic difference, we'll be able to live in social harmony with each other. We need to understand that we are unique. Nobody is better than somebody. No culture is better than the other culture. The commission, okay. So let's also look at what is it that the commission is doing, the contribution that the commission is doing in fighting tribalism. The commission strives to promote and develop peace, friendship, humanity, tolerance, and national unity among and within cultural, religious, and linguistic communities on basis of equality, non-discrimination, and free association. I told you that we were moving around with Khoisan people all over South Africa, in all the provinces. We were moving around trying to revitalize their diminished heritage. And then the other thing that we do, we move around educating people, trying to conscientize them about their rights to their religions, to their culture, and their languages. So the commission also fosters mutual respect among cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. I have to respect you as a person, even though you are a pedi, but I have to respect you. Even if maybe you may come here wearing a Ndebele attire, wearing a Spedi attire or a Vende attire, you have to see me as a human being because we are one. The CRL contribution continues. The commission promotes respect and tolerance within the cultural, religious, and the linguistic space, and the non-discrimination on the basis of culture, religion, and language. You remember last time while I was presenting, I indicated that why can't we move a step forward and maybe stop being tolerance to each other, but start to be accepting each other. Because sometimes when we say we have to tolerate each other, it's like it's not good. It's like you are forcing yourself, man, to accept this thing. This thing is not good. It's like you are trying to force yourself. But if we are saying let's move a step forward and then not tolerate, but we accept each other as human beings. So in conclusion, as the custodians of culture, religions, and languages, allow us to emphasize that together in unity, in love, peace, and harmony, we can overcome the scourge of tribalism. The ball is in our court. Nobody can do it for us, but we can do it ourselves. DIY, do it yourself. Accept each other. Let's love each other. We can establish different structures as men and women, youth and senior citizens to develop our communities, not as pedis, vendors, songers, or Khoisans or whatever, but as human beings, as a nation. As a nation, united we stand, but divided we fall.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Tsangwan. May I then call Mayor Crystal Mukwena from the University of Venda, by Ishmael Mohammed Center for Human and People's Rights to talk to us about the impact of tribalism in places of higher learning. You will notice differently from the first group of presenters, for our prepare questions, please.
A very good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. I hope we are all well and still ready to fight this animal called tribalism. Okay, as it has been said, my name is Crystal Mokwena from the University of Venda. This one. This one. It's not responding. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm from the University of Venda, and I'm here on behalf of the director of the Ismail Mohammed Center for Human and People's Rights, Prof. Jagede. I am pleased to be part of this discussion, which is very, very crucial and very, very important, which is about building social cohesion and eradicating tribalism in Limpopo. Allow me to thank our partners, the South African Human Rights Commission, and everyone who is here, our distinguished guests, for making this event a success. And I'm observing all protocols. A very good afternoon to everyone, the pastors, the chiefs, and everyone who is here. I'm highly honored to be standing in front of you. Okay, I'm going to be talking about the impact of tribalism in higher education. As we have been hearing since morning, and as we are all here, and I'm sure you agree with me, that the impact of tribalism can never be fully mapped out. We can't really, really grasp everything about it because there's so many angles to it. And maybe it's only those who maybe we have experienced it who will be able to understand. And also they wouldn't even understand everything because the levels and degrees, they will vary. So just as tribalism, as we have been hearing since morning, as we have heard that tribalism affects different institutions, it also has a negative impact in higher education, that is in universities and colleges. So since we're going to be talking about that impact, we perhaps need to start by understanding the higher education. So all higher education institutions, be it private or public, they serve a public purpose. And by serving a public purpose, they shape the direction of the country. Like as to where the country is going. I mean, that is where the future leaders are. That is where the future who's who are being cooked, for the lack of a better word. So as higher institutions of learning, we help shape the direction of the country. And the outcomes or the results of the institutions, from the institutions of higher education, they are of benefit to everyone. Hence, we also need, as the higher education, to place ourselves and also to join hands with everyone in talking about this and fighting this tribalism. So the institutions of higher education, they are meant to be institutions where individuals come together. I'm sure you agree with me. They're meant to be institutions where everyone comes together and coexist without paying attention really to, one's race or one's skin color or culture or religion and this and that. So this is even among the purposes of the higher education as stated by the CHE. One of the purposes of the higher education is to contribute to the creation and sharing, to contribute to the creation, sharing, and evaluation of knowledge. So by that statement only, you will agree with me that this calls for collaboration and coexistence. So if we have to do that, we need to come together. We need to collaborate. We need to coexist. But then we cannot do that when there is this racism, tribalism, because we start now thinking, okay, I'm not going to be associating with this and this because they're from this tribe or that tribe. So it means that at the end of the day, the purpose of higher education is going to be defeated. And I'm sure, as I was just preparing for this conference, I was just trying to think really deeply about this tribalism. I just even found myself just laughing alone. I'm like, it's so funny how we, like people play a role in tribalism and everything, but then the same people, you find yourself, perhaps you're from in Toyando or here in Polokwane, you are sending your child to UCT, but then you don't like maybe your Tsonga speaking neighbor, but then you send your child who is Venda speaking or Pedi speaking to UCT. Like, I mean, I was just like, just trying to think and just seeing just seeing the I don't know whether it's the lack of understanding or what, but well, that maybe that is for another, for discussion somewhere else. One moment, just moving, the next is not. Okay. So we're going to look at the impact of tribalism in higher education, as I've said. So as already indicated, while the higher education shapes the nation, it's like we are having two conflicting things here. We have the higher education, which is trying to shape the nation, which is trying to shape us into a direction that we want. And then we have this animal on the other hand, which is the tribalism, which is like a virus which negatively impacts on higher education and impacts on its goals and subsequently impacts negatively on the world. So for higher education to achieve its goals, people, which is the staff members and students, they should move past tribalism, put aside differences, as I've said, differences in skin color, language, and so on, because tribalism is one of the stumbling blocks which prevent universities to achieve their purposes. I think I've said this already. Then it impacts negatively on the academic environment and the overall learning experience. Because you'd agree with me, again, when I go back to that example, just imagine yourself, it's you sending your child to a university or a college somewhere else. You are expecting them to come back to your village or to come back to your community or town, whatever the issue may be. You're expecting them to come back better people. It's because you have seen that they cannot become better just by being there where you are. They need to move and collaborate with some other people of maybe different mind, like different intellectual capacity and so on. So this tribalism, it impacts the academic environment because when students get into a university or even lecturers or what with different staff members in higher education, when they're there and then there's this tribalism, you find that now the main goal of getting the knowledge and everything is going to be, it's not going to be fulfilled, because when they get there, they are coming from maybe Masisi, a village, maybe they're coming from Masisi there. They're just going to come and find their own people from Masisi. They just group with them and they even maybe see other people as maybe inferior or whatever the case may be. So it means that they're going to come back home still the same, because it's just like that. I'm sure we've heard of the saying that you can take the village out of a person, but you can't take you can take the person out of a village, but you can't take the village out of a person. So it comes back to nothing. Maybe if I can say it like that, for lack of a better word, because you've taken them to go and learn, come back better, but then they are still there. They are like people who are still in that small village where they're coming from. So hence I'm saying this tribalism, it impacts on academic environment. It impacts negatively on the overall learning experience. This tribal mentality in higher education, it also leads to intolerance and lack of free speech or academic freedom. Now you like maybe choose, I'm not gonna read this because it was written by that Xhosa speaking person. I'm not gonna take these ideas because they were said by a person of a different tribe and so on. So it negatively impacts on the academic freedom and the free speech. It hinders healthy debates and exposure to diverse ideas. As I say that I did a bit of some thinking, really. I was even sharing with some colleagues last night. I was like, I'm finding it so difficult to prepare for this presentation because I don't want it to be another conference where I just present, you know? I don't want it to be like another conference where I just maybe just research and come and say so and so from wherever is saying this, and people don't resonate, it doesn't resonate to what we are talking about. I don't want it to be just one of those. I wanted really to be, so I did a bit of reflecting, and I also even consulted, even though not really like formal interviews and so on, but consulted some of my colleagues and students, you know, just to try and understand really about this tribalism, because I may read what someone is saying, but maybe you also read from somewhere. So I just wanted really to understand from the people who are in higher education space. So I was like, my question to them was, there were just several questions, but then the first one was like, do you think there is tribalism in higher education? Do you have you experienced tribalism? Have you seen, even though not personally, but can you say that tribalism exists? You know, I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that it exists. You know, sometimes you have to kind of play devil's advocate in order for you to get the answers. So from different responses that I got, it's like when people are talking about tribalism in higher education, it's like it's something that is neither there or not there, you know? It's like, because I am Venda, I have a Tsonga speaking roommate. I don't think it's there, but perhaps it's there. So hence I'm saying it's something that is like, it's somewhere there. It's there, but it's not there, kind of a thing, but it's there, you know? But then it brought me to a realization that, as I think the previous speaker alluded, that, you know, our upbringing, they mean a lot to who we become tomorrow. So in higher education, we get people who already have their preconceived ideas about what kind of a person is a Venda person, is a Venda speaking person. What kind of a person is a Xhosa speaking? Those ones are stubborn. These ones, they are this and this, you know? I'm not saying that they're stubborn, I'm just giving examples, right? Can I not be misquoted? Eh? We don't want to be, yeah. So I'm just giving you an example that they come from home with their preconceived ideas of, you know, she was just talking about a young girl who referred to, you know, to a daughter and the friend as kafirs, you know? She's still young, but she's already fed that thing. So it's kind of the same thing that we face in universities. We get people who come there, they already have their own ideas, they already have their own way of seeing, viewing different tribes, and also classifying them according to whatever criteria they use. So when they come there now, the university atmosphere or higher education atmospheres, they've kind of forced them to coexist. They force them to coexist. Okay, sorry. They force them to coexist. And as they are coexisting, That is why sometimes people say, not really, don't think tribalism is there. But she mentioned something, the previous speaker, about not tolerating but accepting. So sometimes it's more of tolerating. We are there. I mean, she's my roommate. I don't have any choice. I'm here with her for the whole year. I might as well just tolerate her. But then that is not enough. You don't get what you could have gotten if you had accepted and gotten to learn that person or their culture or whatever, because they also bring some wealth of knowledge or whatever with them. So this relates to what the literature said. Literature says that it indicates that ethnic issues, that is the tribalism issues, they still prevail because most organizational leaders view diversity as a matter of legal compliance instead of as a valuable addition to organizational growth and profitability. So it's like, we are just, okay, we need to take everyone. We're just taking because the policy, the law, it says that. But we are just, perhaps it's just happening because that is what the law says. That is what the policy says. So this is what I also found when I was talking to my colleagues. So, however, what people are not aware of is that there are benefits of diversity in higher education. There are benefits of us being together as from different tribes, different regions, different whatevers. And, you know, I'm sure we have, most of us, we have heard of the saying, variety is the spice of life. So diversity is the spice of life. When we are having, can you just imagine a room just full of the same people? It's boring, man. You cannot even learn anything. So variety is the spice of life. We need to look at it like that. Just think of even just maybe our ordinary meat. If you just cook it and say, I just want my meat just like that, I don't want it mixed with anything, it's not going to be nice. Same applies to this diversity. Same applies to when we don't want to, you know, coexist, you know, or accept each other. So I came across a study that was conducted by some scholars, and interestingly so, it was conducted by scholars from 3 different institutions. It was conducted at Univen. I think one or two of the writers were from UL, other one from Univen, other one I can't remember which university. So they were trying to check really whether there are benefits. They were trying to check whether there are benefits of having, you know, diverse people in an institution of higher learning. They were trying to check whether it's for a greater good to have all different tribes, or different tribes in higher education. And they found that diversity, they were looking at it in diversity in terms of gender. They were also checking gender and ethnicity, which we are looking at with the tribal issues. So they found that diversity in terms of gender and ethnicity positively influenced employee performance. So it's just what I was saying, that, you know, when we come together, when you send your child to UCT, when you send your child to Stellenbosch, you are expecting your child to come back home with a knowledge that we don't have maybe here in Limpopo. You're expecting the child to come back with something new, which they've learned from a different person, from a different tribe somewhere. So this was confirmed by that study, that there are benefits of coexisting in employee performance. And this buttresses what Ban Ki-moon said. He said, defeating racism, tribalism, intolerance, and all forms of discrimination will liberate us all. So here now, if we defeat tribalism, which is what we are talking about today, if we defeat tribalism, we are all going to be liberated. So we need to try and work towards that. Sometimes it doesn't want to cooperate with me. Okay. Okay, now that we have heard about the issue of tribalism, how diversity is important and so on, now what is the role of universities or institutions of higher learning in dealing with tribalism? So institutions of higher learning, they really have a big role to play because unlike maybe our different communities, people there already, there's different tribes already there together, no? I said the other time, for those who understand the big brother, it's like universities are like big brother, kind of. We're having everyone, mixed masala, we have everyone there. So institutions of higher learning, they should get involved in the fight against tribalism because we are already coexisting. So we can maybe collaborate with different institutions in how perhaps we can do it better, in how perhaps you are doing it, maybe you are collaborating with your colleague who is from another tribe, or with maybe the students from different tribe, and so on. So they are already an ideal example of social cohesion because it's already happening there. So then now, what's the way forward then? The way forward, what we can take from what I've been saying, even if you may forget everything, but I think what you can take is that we need, as institutions of higher learning, to collaborate more with communities in ending tribalism. We need, as institutions of higher learning, a clear, or everyone, we need clear understanding of the benefits of ethnicity diversity, not just for legal compliance, as I said, that sometimes it's just done for complying. So if institutions of higher education employ staff or students or admit students for the mere sake of compliance, there will be discrimination, which will lead us to another problem. There will be discrimination which will lead to minimal performance and achievement of goals. So we should not just do it for the sake of just ticking the box to say when they come here to check, we'll say we have so and so number of vendors speaking, Xhosa speaking, Zulu. No. So we need to be intentional in addressing tribalism. We need the lecturers and all the other staff members and institutions of higher learning, they must play a crucial role in addressing tribalism. They must foster an environment that encourages open dialogue, respectful debate, and the exploration of diverse viewpoints. So, my dearest distinguished guests, I will urge you throughout this holiday season to remember the ancient wisdom. In the opening speech, the commissioner mentioned about, how the chiefs from different tribes collaborated and so on. So we need to remember the ancient wisdom in all human cultures. The most effective remedy for fear, hostility, and aggression may be acts of kindness and compassion. We need to be kind. We need to be accepting to one another. So I will leave you with these words from one wise man who said, "The journey of 1,000 miles begin with one step. We have begun. We are not stopping." Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Crystal. For the group inner circle, I've called in for help. I understand you are burning. The aircon is not reaching you, so somebody will be coming to assist. Kindly be patient. We are going to have one of our speakers us, it's somebody that we invited, Claudie Marie Bernard Kaitare, a refugee from Rwanda in South Africa since May 2003. He's a married father of 4, 3 boys and 1 girl, working with refugee communities since 2008. He's also an executive director of PEX Africa Network, provincial chairman of South Africa Refugee-Led Network, and national leader of the same network. And he's also the advocacy and refugee documentation. He'll be joining us virtually to share his story. Thank you so much. You are welcome, sir. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes,
Am I audible?
yeah, you are, and everyone is now listening. I've already introduced you, and you can continue.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for introduction and for the invitation. My name's a bit difficult when you you have an English accent. Okay, my name is Claude Marie Bernard Kaitare. You can call me Claude to simplify everything. I was asked to give you the experience from Rwanda, where I come from, and more particularly on the causes that led Rwanda to the 1994 genocide. I think maybe if there is something else, I will be glad to add on. But as I said, my name is Claude Marie Bernard Kaitare from Rwanda, and I'm a refugee here in South Africa since 2003. Now, with regard to Rwanda, everybody knows that we had a horrible experience of genocide in 1994, but people, they came to know the one in 1994 only because that's when the rulers of this world decided to make it known. According to me and some other people from Rwanda, this horrible experience started in 1990 on the 1st of October. That was when the RPF Inkotanyi, that was a group of Rwandan in the exile, who decided to use now the way of arm to get their rights in the country. And where this group now came from, it's far, as you know, every nation, Rwanda, South Africa, and other countries, every nation has history. We have somewhere we came from. Back during the monarch time in Rwanda, first, let me tell you that we are 3 tribes. We have Abahutu, Abatutsi, and the Abatwa. So these 3 tribes came from different parts of Africa and found themselves in Rwanda. So, like myself, I'm Mututsi. Historically, they tell us that we are from far in Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia, but because of the mixture of the bloods, you know, people, they intermeet, and we get, I mean, the physical appearance changes day by day. You know, if someone is from Djibouti or Ethiopia or Somalia, to be in Rwanda, passing all other countries, you may find a Mututsi from Rwanda doesn't look exactly like a Mututsi from Ethiopia or from Somalia or from Djibouti. we've been told that Abahutu, they came from Ghana area. So those who are from Ghana, they came down to Rwanda, and they were somewhere somehow called Abahutu. And Abatwa, I think someone told me that there's also Abatwa here in South Africa and in Zimbabwe. I'm not sure about that. But Abatwa, they are like the people who were there from a long time ago, like you say, Khoisans here in South Africa. So the Bahutu came and found the Batwa there, and the Batwa was they were just in the forest, living off from what they hunt, the animals that they hunt in the forest. So the Bahutu, when they go there, they started farming bit by bit. Then the Batutsi, they were just people with cattle. They came with their cattle, just looking for. If I say green pastures, people they will think of what we are accused of when here in South Africa they say abantu bapuma, I don't know where they come just to get green pastures. It's not that green pastures I'm talking about. I'm talking about the green pastures for their cattle. So when they came, now this started becoming like social ranks, whereby someone who is just hunting and eating what he gets from the forest was looked at like someone, you know, who is close to nothing. And someone who was farming also was not that worthy like the one with cattle. So in the mind of the people, now it started looking like the ones with the cattle were dominating because they had more to offer. Now the Bahutu became workers for the Batutsi. And the Batwa, they were just there. No one was looking at them. Even today, when we talk about the Rwandan tragedy, no one speaks about Batwa. According to the statistics, which I never verified myself, they say they were 1 out of 1%, and the Batutsi somewhere around 30%, and the Bahutu were more in terms of percentage. So I'm just going through that just to show how now we got the monarchy system by now this ranks according to the worth or the way that people they were just able to hire someone, and then the Batutsi dominated, and the first kings and chiefs, they were Batutsi. And the Batutsi, they were using in their homes and in or whatever they wanted to do, they were using the Bahutu. Until there, on my side, I don't see any problem with that. Then far now, during colonial system, we had now people from far overseas that coming now via Tanzania. By then it was Zanzibar. Then they came through Zanzibar, Tanzania, and then to Rwanda. Most of them, the first ones, they were missionaries. And after missionaries, we had some people who were just coming to conquer the area, looking for the minerals in the today's Democratic Republic of the Congo. So I don't want to go far in the history. I want just to show you where these conflicts came from. So the Batutsi, they started their monarchy, and when we had the colonialism period, those white people from overseas, they were just collaborating with Batutsi, the kings and the chiefs, and until the time now, missionaries, they said no, everything here it's like is for the Batutsi. How about this Bahutu? And remember, they were more in numbers. They said no, everybody can access schooling until now. Some Bahutu, they got educated. Some they went overseas. I remember like our first president, Dr. Gregoire Kaibanda, was from my province, and I used to hear my parents saying that he was just a guy who was working for a printing company, a Catholic printing company. Then he was picked amongst the Hutu who went overseas. When he came back with a group of his, they started now asking for democracy, for Rwanda to become a republic, things like those, until around the years 1960 something, 61 or 62. That is when now there was a very serious confrontation. Many people, especially Bahutu, saying that no, we had enough with this monarchy system. We need the independence. We need to have Rwanda as a republic. So that's how now there were Tutsi who did not, and I'm saying this, keep in mind that I'm Tutsi. The Batutsi now, they say, no, there's no way these people we've been using as our slaves for more than 400 years. Now today, what if they come to power? What is it going to happen? Everyone was asking himself that question. So now that's when what we call revolution started. And but again, I don't know. You will forgive me for this term. I don't know, as African people, when you understand what is democracy, when you understand a revolution, for us, it's like creating conflict, killing, destroying, things like those. So the Batutsi were resisting, and the Bahutu now started creating chaos, especially in the high schools. By then we had high schools, like a famous one. There was a chief, a Muhutu chief, who was given the leadership by Batutsi, a Muhutu chief. When there was some problems, some fights in a certain high school called Bimana, they sent that Muhutu chiefs, his name was Dominique Mbonyumutwa, to go and make peace. And when he got there, because they saw him as a Muhutu coming to say something in the high school, and now a group of Tutsi, they started fighting him. One of them slapped him. When he slapped him, then in the whole area, that district was then called Mukingi. In that district, they started burning houses, they started looting, they started terrible things. So that was something that was done in a parallel with the fight for democracy. So other people, they were busy fighting to have the independence and Rwanda as a republic. Others, they were fighting. Then it erupted in the whole country. So 1959, we call it a revolution of 1959. 1959, Tutsis, they were receiving bad treatment. They burned their houses. So that is where now a group of Batutsi went to neighboring countries. We had by then it was Congo Belge, meaning Congo led by Belgians before it became Zaire. So a group went to Zaire by then, crossing the Kivu Lake. Another group went to Uganda. in the north, another group went to Tanzania in the east, another group went to the south in Burundi. So those groups now, they were trying, I remember, I'm not old enough, I forgot to tell you that I was born only in 1968. Those groups, they started now sending small attacks from the corners where they are. Or the people from the south in Burundi, southeast, they attacked the region for the Bugesera region, which is in the southeast. So they used to call themselves Inyenzi, just a small group. They attack, and the moment they send the group to attack, they will be killed or sent back. But not only killed or sent back, but they will start also killing the remaining Tutsis in the country, with the only mere reason that the people who are attacking, they are the Tutsi. So 1959, 1951, and 1952, then Rwanda became republic. Under, now remember the chief who was beaten in the college, in the high school in Ibimana, by the name of Mbonyumutwa Dominique. He was a chief under the Tutsi regime. Now he became the first president, but not a president, I don't know, interim president, the first interim president of Rwanda. So that was when they were waiting for the election. Now, come 1962, on the 1st of July, then we had what we called the independence, and the Gregoire Kayibanda became the first president. So from those 1959 years to 1962, few Tutsis, they were moving out of the country, going around in the neighboring countries, and also forming the groups. And those groups were generating again the small Inyenzi group, which were attacking time to time. So I said in Bugesera, in the southeast, I said, I didn't say in Gikongoro. Gikongoro was another province in the south west, and in the north, also in the east, from Tanzania. A group from Tanzania attacked in Ibweyeye, a group from the north attacked in the Mutara, that is north, a group from the Burundi, the south side. Those are the ones that attacked in Bugesera and in Bweyeye, in Changugu province, and in Bugarama. So that's when now the Bahutu got like angry. Said, no, these people, they ruled us for more than 400 years. They were like enslaving us. Now, until even during the so-called Republic era, they are still attacking. So on the other sides, remember, as again, I will ask you to forgive me for this. The terms that I'm using, believe it or not, like it or not, as African, we are always under, we are ruled by the West. We are ruled by white people, like it or not. So those who had the chances to go outside of Africa, they were always in touch with the former colonial system, and so those ones, they were always getting information on how now to fight for their full democracy or to make Rwanda more republic. I don't know how to explain that. But in 1962, Gregoire Kayibanda became a president. But some Tutsis, including our own families, they were saying, you know, it's fine. But how now, if this is a republic and if there is democracy in this country, how now our fellow Tutsis will come back to Rwanda and be one population? That was the question. And where they were also angry wanted to come on all costs. So that's how now they tried 1973. 1973, that's Gregor Kaibanda there was a coup against him. So a coup against him by the military, who were accusing him of letting those Inyenzi, those small attacks, to get in the country. He was killed. He was thrown in prison and then killed. And the second president, who is Juvenal Habyarimana, was a soldier, was even the first defense minister of Rwanda. He became president now from 5 July 1973 until the day of the crash of the plane that you heard about. So this is where I wanted to get. So Habyarimana was ruling from the north. Then again, it's a Muhutu, first of all, and those Bahutu from north, they were having in mind that the Bahutu from other side are not pure Bahutu. Maybe they have a mixture and they married a lot of Tutsis, stuff like that. There were also some conflicts inside the country, but they were not as hot as what we had in 1990 to 1994. So Habyarimana also, there were those negotiations led by outside groups saying that, look, now you have your republic, you have your democracy. Let these people come back into the country. They want to build the country. They've been overseas. They've been all around. They are educated. They need also to participate in the life of their country. And let me tell you, I was born in the country. I grew up in the country. I studied in the country. I was working in the country. I was one of the young Tutsis who joined that group from outside. By then, it was called the RPF Nkotanyi. The RPF Nkotanyi, you will be surprised because it's still the ruling party today. Now, 1990, on the 1st of October, there was a very big attack from the north. That was in Limpopo Province. And there was now a war, but on the other side, there were negotiations. There was first negotiation in Paris, in France, and were just mediators. They were French. Then RPF Nkotanyi, because most of them, they were from English-speaking countries. They said, no, France cannot be our mediator. Then Americans came in, and the negotiations from France didn't bear fruits until now. The president of the DRC by then was Zaire, late Mobutu Sese Seko Kukungwendu Wazabanga, was asked now to lead the negotiation. Then we had the negotiation of Nsele. Nsele is a town in a DRC, in a former Zaire. The negotiation from Nsele, they didn't bring fruits again. So we had the last ones in Arusha. There were others even in Nairobi, but the last ones, the famous ones, they were in Arusha, whereby now they concluded that the Hutu and Tutsi, they are going all to share the power in Rwanda. The RPF Nkotanyi was representing like a Tutsi group, some in the country, a few in the country, and others outside of the country. By then, it was no longer outside of the country because there was war going on. I'm seeing a message that's saying that I have only 5 minutes to go, but I want to tell you that now the very good reason, despite those ones of 1960 something, or the conflicts in the schools or whatsoever, the main cause of conflict that led to genocide was now the shooting or the down of the presidential aircraft. That presidential aircraft, it was after all the negotiations, and there was a group of 600 men who were already in the country, protected by the United Nations. There was a force from United Nations used. It was called MUNUAR, Mission d'Observateur Neutre Militaire des Nations Unies. It was a group, take it as a group, a military group from the United Nations. So the MUNUAR was there protecting that group of 600 men and women who were coming to be part of the parliament, government, and some other positions in the country. Now, there was another meeting, not even related to Rwanda and negotiation, which was taking place in Dar es Salaam, in Tanzania. So President Habyarimana went there, and other president, I don't know, somehow the president of Burundi and the president of Rwanda, by then was Sylvestre Ndayamira. They came in one aircraft, which was for Rwanda, and it was gunned down near the airport, not far from even the residence of the former president. So this is the beginning of the genocide. Why the genocide? The Hutu on their side, they were saying, look, our beloved president was killed by the Tutsi, and the proofs are there. I have them. Whoever wants can get my contact. I have the proofs are there. They gunned down this aircraft that killed two presidents, the one from Rwanda and the one from Burundi, and the crew. So, and now the Hutu, they said, no, we've been attacked since 4 years. Now these guys, they want to be on power on their own without us or our representative. That's how now Mtutsi was looking, Mhutu was looking at his neighbor Mohutu. Mohutu was also running away from Mututsi. Then that's how genocide started. It was something that was fueled by the anger which was there from the year 1950 something. So what I'm telling you today is that the cause of those conflicts, it is from us, Tutsi, our group, that gunned down the presidential plane. Because like myself, as I said, I grew up in Rwanda. All my studies in Rwanda. I was working in Rwanda. I was getting a salary until I joined my fellow Batutsi. But still, there was nothing like discrimination. There was nothing. Even those discrimination we hear about during the time our parents, they were in the schools. I don't think they were that intense like what took place from the 7th of April to the 18th of July, 1994. Basically, this is what I was asked to say, to present today, the cause of these conflicts. I don't know if there will be questions or anything that need to be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the questions that we may have, I think we can always send them to you and you will send back the answers, because we will take the questions at the later stage. And I'm told you won't be available. Thank you so much. After this case study, let's then take our associate professor, Dr. Grace Mbajogu from the University of Limpopo. I'm sure most of the questions that you will want to ask Claude, then they will be answered here with her presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm told this will your slide. Okay. Okay, so I go up down. Yeah, it's on. Okay. So, oh yeah. Good. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. I hope I'm not standing between you and lunch, so you'll be giving me glances. Afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the Human Rights Commission for the invitation. I would like to recognize the traditional leaders, the religious leaders, our representatives from government departments, ladies and gentlemen. I think all protocol reserved. Thank you. My presentation is on, maybe I should stand here, it's much better. Tribalism as a threat to social stability in South Africa, in Africa, and in the world. Okay. First of all, a lot has been said, and I think our previous speaker from Rwanda had shedded some light on the how social stability can cause. Okay, please pardon me. I like moving around, you know. Thank you so much. So the introduction is about what are human rights. We all know that human rights are holistically protected at international law, at regional law, and even at national law, which entails that we should all respect human rights to the best of our abilities within the universal standard of rules as envisaged in the UDHR, that is the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. And this standard of human rights protection, it extends to also indigenous rights, as stated in the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is what Mr. Mabidula said earlier, that there's nothing wrong with recognizing or you enjoying or exercising your right to culture, or you know, asserting your tribe. But the problem is when you now assert your tribe in such a way as defined there by Ochieng or Diambo, you assert your tribe in a way that favors your group to the exclusion of other groups. There's nothing wrong with you enjoying your cultural identity. It is actually commendable to do that. But when you now start causing disunity and distrust while you are hiding under the right to culture, then it becomes a problem. That is what causes social instability in communities. Why? Because the social stability relates to the interrelations between groups at community level and at national level. And now when there's something that disturbs that is social order, then we get the issues surrounding tribalism. For example, in South Africa, we all know, as Commissioner Sibanyoni has said, we were under a regime that promoted separation and segregation that actually eroded our tribes and our people, Africans, of their national identity. And by so doing, there was a seed of discontentment and the seed of distrust that was sown between the different tribes. That when I see Umuntu Seven, and I'm like, hey, this one, you know, man. And fortunately, me, I'm an African. My ancestors are from Tanzania, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe, and everywhere. So I cannot practice tribalism. It's not possible. So in the system of homelands that was in place, it further created
such a division. You know, you say, okay, I'm from Venda. I only keep to things that are from Venda. I'm from Boputa Tswana. The only interest I have, it has to do with the Tswanas. So when we came to 1994, 1996, it was important for the government to do what? To get rid of such latent ethnocentrisms that existed. And how do we do that? We introduce the concept of multiculturalism, the concept of diversity. And this concept, although it was introduced, we already lived under such divisions. It is now difficult for the government to bring social stability and what? Nation building and the social cohesion. Because now we have no technology, now it's stuck. Okay. Let's try and go back. Okay, the next one. Okay, now, and this issue was not only in South Africa, as the case may be. If you can look there on the slides, I'm not going to go sentence by sentence. It also emanated in Europe. In Europe in the 1970s, we are told by Vasta there that as migrants and the migrant workers from Africa, from other continents, started to move to Europe to seek for green pastures, for work, there was a problem with social exclusion. And how do we do that to fix that social exclusion? There had to be multicultural policies. The same thing that was happening in South Africa. What about in the Middle East, in the North Africa during the Arab Springs conflict and the following unrest in Libya? The late President Muammar Gaddafi also used the tribalism to cause what? Social instability so that he can stay in power. So this is not only limited to South Africa. It is a worldwide problem. Tribalism is like a cancer. It moves. Okay, and that is why we have legal instruments. We have legal instruments that deal with what? With the tribalism at national level, at regional level, and at international level. As you can see there, the ICESCR, the ICCPR, and the UDHR, what we commonly call the International Bill of Rights. It tells us that everyone has the right to self-determination. In other words, you have a right to cultural development. But in exercising your cultural development, whether collectively or individually, you should be cognizant of the rights of others, especially the right to equality and the right to human dignity. So you have a right to associate with the people who are in your own society, or what we call communities, whether it's a linguistic community or it's a cultural community, as envisaged in section 30 and 31 of the Constitution. But you cannot do so in a manner that will cause discontentment and what? And disunity. Okay. It's stuck again. I think I'll just be moving. Now in our, okay, deities. Okay, let's look at that quotation there from State versus Makwanyana to bolster what I just said. This is what the court said when it was talking about unity and social stability within the society. I'm not going to read everything, but what was emphasized there was that we should always be cognizant of the spirit of humanness that it cuts across all the the people or in the society in South Africa. And that also, we should also be considerate of the collective unity in its fundamental sense as it denotes humanity and morality. Someone earlier said, one of the presenters, that usually tribalism is caused by moral decay. So if we lose our morality as Africans, then we get the issue of what? Of tribalism. Okay, we also have the African Charter. It also goes against discrimination based on other forms of discrimination, including ethnic group, religion, and the like. So ethnic discrimination is also prohibited in Article 2 of the African Charter. Therefore, holistically, when we look at these instruments that I mentioned, we understand that cultural identity is allowed, but at the same time, cultural association that amounts to a weapon of disunity and instability is a violation of what? Of human rights. In the national context, we have the white paper on RDP of 1994, and we know some of the core values of the white paper were what? Social cohesion and nation building. And we cannot have nation building and social cohesion when we still have pockets, or if I may say, yes, pockets of tribalism within our communities. So it means whatever the objectives of the RDP are, they are going to be defeated. We also have the Constitution. If you may look there under the Constitution, one of the aspects under the preamble is that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. As it was said earlier by the representative of the CRL, that diversity is what makes South Africa beautiful. And we cannot build the united democratic society in South Africa if we do not take into account the diversity that we have. And of course, you will have people who will say, you know what, I have a right to exercise my culture. If you look at one of the leading cases, that is Pillay versus MEC Education KwaZulu-Natal, the court said something there. It said there is a constitutional limit to associative practices. So you cannot say, because I want to be proud of my identity, and you perpetrate conduct that will show discontent in the community or in the nation. And we also have the National Development Plan, which is one of our programs that we say it's 2030, because this is what we want to achieve. We cannot achieve this transformative society as envisaged in the NDP 2030 if we still have issues of what? Of tribalism. And if you look at the social cohesion strategy, we can see there it says tribalism is similar to racism. The effort that we put to get rid of racism, it is the same effort we should put to do what? To get rid of tribalism. Why? Because it undermines equality and merit. And it is a source of conflict and disunity, which impedes and threatens social cohesion and nation building. Now let's go to the impact quickly. What is the impact of tribalism? Let's just go. There are points. That one, I'm sure we heard all about this. What is social cohesion? Okay. Okay, there it is. As you can see there, the two authors, Okogu and Mujere, argued that African states with the urge to acquire wealth and power and fame adopt tribal discrimination as a means to do what? To bequeath power to their families. And in turn, this leads to a decline in the progress of African nation building. And if you look at Clay also says because of tribalism, we have social instability. And in turn, what does social instability cause? It causes a hindrance to progress and development. It derails development and frustrates reconciliation and reconstruction in African countries. And there are the factors why we should get rid of tribalism in South Africa. It leads to cultural intolerance, as already alluded by the previous speakers, that it leads to self-hate among the Africans. How are you going to be your brother's keeper if you hate your brother? How are you going to fight racism if you cannot love your own brother? It's like feeding the people next door and not giving food to the people you live with. It causes disunity and distrust. How are we going to, communities, are they going to trust each other? Especially we heard about the case of Malamulele and the case of Buwane. How are we going to trust each other and our government to do what? To provide service delivery if the issues are within the community itself? Under development, how are we going to hold the government to account if we cannot love each other? Because if whoever is in charge, whether it's the mayor or the municipal manager, it's from my own tribe, it is going to be difficult for me to do what? To call that individual to order. So lack of service delivery and unaccountable government officials. The reason being, people cannot question wrong governments by their own tribesmen, which is not supposed to be. Therefore, taking into account the above factors, social cohesion is vital in eliminating tribalism, because a cohesive society is capable of finding pathways that enable it to cope with strains and divisions in an open and democratic manner. Okay. Now, what is the role of the South African Human Rights Commission? This has been bolstered on what I said today. I said we need it to raise awareness programs, and this is what they are doing right now. We also need collaboration with the other Chapter 9 institutions so that our community leaders should be sensitized on how to avoid ethnic discrimination. The reason being, the leaders, if they are the ones who are perpetuating the state of tribalism, the community members are going to do what? To follow suit. In conclusion, tribalism can only be eliminated when the following factors are respected. Number one, a sense of belonging. Everyone must feel that they are a part of a particular society for it to advance and to have social stability. There should be inclusion. In all activities that we do as a community, we should include everyone, regardless of race, of creed, or of origin or ethnic group. Participation should not be hindered by cheap politics based on what? On tribalism. Recognition, we should learn and recognize and have strength in our what? In our differences. And legitimacy, this I think is the core. Our leaders, they should have integrity. Refers to the integrity and social legitimacy of public bodies and leaders representing community members and citizens. You should not use your personal issues to do what? To hamper the transformation within your community. If you are a legitimate leader, if you are a trustworthy leader, you'll do everything to ensure that there is what social cohesion within your community or within that particular constituency you represent. And finally, this is what I wrote myself. As such, failure to eliminate tribalism not only hinders the development of South Africa into a transformative society, but also makes a mockery of the sacrifices of our forerunners and places the future of Africans in the annals of obscurity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our Associate Professor Grace Mbajogo from the University of Limpopo. Without wasting time, let me call Mr. Albert Jeleni, the President of Limpopo Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to come and take the podium, talk to us about how tribalism impact on business. Thank you so much. After that, you will also join the team.
Good afternoon. Hello. May I request that you stand up just for a second? I see some of you were just about to sleep, and I know some of you are angry because I'm standing between you and lunch. And I've got the tendency of speaking longer. Thank you very much. You can sit. As indicated, my name is Albert Jeleni. It's just a tendency to introduce oneself. And I was really asked to speak on the topic on impact of tribalism on business. And I just thought perhaps let me add economy there. And I know that one of the reasons that sparked this discussion is what happened or seems to be happening around Vembe. And let me say that I am a product of Vembe myself. My great-grandfather was staying around Chipilongo, the Bungen area, and he was killed in 1895. And my great-grandmother had to take her children and run to Venda in the Kuvi area. And that's where they grew up and they stayed there. And then in 1939, they decided to move back around Malamlele area. They didn't wait for the GG or for the forced removal for them to move back there. And my grandfather then was partially instrumental, in mobilizing for the formation of the former Gazankulu, and of which my uncle was one of the first ministers of Home Affairs. And his duty was to go around telling people that they must come back home. And it was necessary to do that because they needed to increase their tax base. So if they didn't have people, they wouldn't have enough tax to be able to support that. And one of the influences, because he grew up in Venda, one of the influences he had was that they were supposed to form an independent government. And they had a debate about that. Some of the people didn't agree to that. And he decided to quit government and said, if it's not going to be independent, then I'm not going to be part of that. Fast forward 2013, the Malamlele community got a decision. They were told that they were not going to be given their own municipality by the demarcation board. And I requested to read the document that they wrote. And after reading the document, I laughed and I said, you could have just said one word, Ahman Futsek, because they didn't say anything meaningful in there except to say vendors this, vendors that, vendors that, vendors that. And I became part of the team to then compile a document that eventually won the municipality in 2016. But I must tell you that the one thing that we emphasized then was that we needed to write it from the scientific point of view. And I think I'm the only one who has an electronic copy of that. If you were to read that, it was written from the scientific point of view. It didn't have any tribalism in it. And I'm going to touch on that as I go through my presentation. As I talk about my presentation, I thought it's very important to talk about what is the economy, or what is business rather, and talk perhaps about economic rights, which I believe is what makes rise of tribalism most of the time. And ask a question, you know, are we having a rainbow nation or a chakalaka nation? And there is a very big difference between the two. And then the impact of hostile tribalism in business. And I'm using the word hostile because I'm realizing that somehow we are struggling to define good tribalism and the bad tribalism. And perhaps the commission has a job here to define really what do we mean by tribalism that is not acceptable. But I thought it's critical for me to talk about hostile tribalism. And then we end up with the proposition where we are saying, what is it that we need to do if we're going to minimize the impact that we have from tribalism? Now, we start with what is business? Business really, on its basic level, is just an exchange of goods. You have tomatoes, I've got milli, we exchange. That's what it is. But over time, we formalize the market where we exchange the goods and use the money instead of exchanging the goods themselves directly. Business or the economy thrives on differentiation or uniqueness. So there's no way I can give you tomatoes so that you give me tomatoes. I'm looking for someone who has got something different that they're going to give to me, and I give them something different that they need in their life. It's very, very highly competitive, and that is critical. And I must add, and you must go and Google this as well, business usually takes a form of a tribe. In a tribe, usually you have got a vision, but usually they talk about history, where we come from, but that tells you where they want to be. They have a mission, they've got values and culture. Most of the institution and most of the businesses, they instill that, and they expect you to be loyal to your company to an extent that you might feel like they're saying you must kill the other company. That's how competitive it is. And the employees must subscribe to that. I usually feel sorry for employees who have to change jobs from one company to the other that is a competitor, and now they have to speak against the other company. But that's how we do in business. Now, in a traditional sense, a tribe owns heritage economy. And I think this is really key of my message. When we talk about a tribe, we're talking about the heritage economy. And that talks about the heritage tourism. It talks about the cultural industries, jobs and household income. This tends to affect a lot of times women who are expected to be at home and tending for their families at the same time. Small business incubations, and we're talking about grassroots innovation here. Center city revitalization and property values. When you go along and around the world, you will see that there are cities that are defined according to a certain tribe or ethnic belonging. And that's what makes it to be unique. However, of course, due to lack of data, the economic impact of the heritage sector has not been estimated properly, not underestimated. That was a mistake. Now, just to make sense of what I'm talking about, colleagues, I thought I would give you a glimpse of the heritage tourism market in America. We don't have data in South Africa. From 2020, you can see that a bigger portion of their heritage tourism is cultural heritage. And they're projecting it to continue like that. So at any point in time, culture, which is linked to a tribe, is the one that seems to attract the tourists. Now, perhaps just to touch on a little bit on the economic rights, because I believe this is what makes rise to tribalism. Or perhaps I must put it this way, tribalism exists or thrives where there is lack of resources and where there is greed. These are the two conditions where it thrives. So if you go and find a situation of tribalism, it's because there aren't enough resources to go around, or two, there is someone who's being greedy and it's actually using that as an advantage. The researchers tells me this, the scholars, they are saying that there are 5 categories of rights. One is the civil right, the political right, the social right, and the 4th one is the economic right, and of course, the cultural right. And what are we talking about when we're talking about the economic right? That is a right to a job, a right to have your own business, and a right to be protected in the market space. Now, I found out from literature that generally, economic rights are overshadowed with socio-economic rights. So most of the time we talk about socio-economic rights, which are very much different to economic rights. And secondly, generally not justiciable. Can I go to court and say, I don't have a job, and therefore my right is being violated? And it's something that we need to correct if we are going to get the issues of tribalism right, making sure that economic rights are enforceable, and further that it's impossible to exercise other rights if you do not have economic rights, meaning that you cannot want to be politically involved if you are hungry. Failure of economic rights is a cause of the triple challenges, which is inequality. In South Africa, we're talking about the Gini coefficient of 63, which is very bad. When it comes to joblessness, we're talking about 49% of our people who are not working. And it becomes worse when we talk about youth, because we have got 70% of them, they are not working. Can we enforce their right to employment? Poverty, 67% of our people are living in poverty. These triple challenges are what causes hostile tribalism wherever you come across hostile tribalism. And I'm talking about the causes. And perhaps I should pause to ask a question. Who let the dogs out? Oh, some of you don't know the song. You're supposed to say, who? Really, who let the dogs out? We need to answer that question. Why are we where we are? And I don't have answers. I'm hoping that this conference is going to answer that. But the dogs are out there. Unemployment is biting us. Poverty is biting us. Inequality is biting us. Who let the dogs out? We need to answer that question. Now, coming to that question that I asked, you know, Rainbow Nation or Shakalaka Nation? You know, when you talk about Rainbow Nation, you're talking collaboration. When you talk about Shakalaka Nation, it's integration. Everything is together. And somehow, whenever we talk about social cohesion, we seem to be pushing towards integration instead of collaboration. And over time, we have destroyed our cultural heritage. And hence, I'm saying that we need to find a way to define what is tribalism so that in the process, we do not destroy the heritage that we need in the economy. Now, let us ask ourselves, why do we have 5 districts in Limpopo? I mean, what was the science behind that? 5 districts in Limpopo. Now we have got 3 tribes in Limpopo. The other provinces, generally, they've got 1 tribe. Now they decided to have 5 districts. I studied a little bit. I cannot get any sense out of it. Now, I remember a situation where the president was supposed to be speaking in Guyana, and the king of Bavenda had to come and speak there, and simply because it didn't make sense for the president to be in that vicinity and not go and greet the king of Bavenda. There's no king of Matsonga in any case. Now he has to address in Guyana. That was a problem. You know, whose subject is he addressing? And I think ever since then, I don't remember most of the kings and queens addressing the public. And the reason being, part of their people, they're in 1 district, And part of their people, they are in the other district. So if they're coming to speak, it's either the mayor from the other districts in charge, it's a different tribe. The king that must speak, it's a different tribe. And these are the custodian of heritage and culture. And these are the people who can say no to tribalism. We listen to them. If they speak, we listen. So we are in a state of chakalaka, such that even the senior traditional leaders, they don't know even what to say anymore. It becomes difficult for them to speak. I remember when we were still under Thulamela, Collins Shabani, I told you I was one of the people on the forefront of fighting for that municipality. And it was scientifically fought for. It was not tribalism. Now there is that port at the entrance of Thulamela. Now there was an argument. Why should it be a port and elephant? Why can't it be Shibelani then? But how do you ever want to manage that? You can't manage that. That is a recipe for disaster. Now, when you go and do a ribbon cutting, what do you expect? It doesn't work. And therefore, over time, we have lost a lot. And if it was according to me, we're just going to have 3 districts or 6 districts. Simple as that. And you are done with tribalism. Because what we're competing for at times is simply the fact that I don't feel belonging. And that's what they spoke about now, the sense of belonging. How do you feel the sense of belonging if you do not know who you report to? Now, moving away from integration and perhaps try to talk about collaboration. And suppose we're agreeing that we're a rainbow nation, that is, we maintain our identity. In business, we understand the power of collaboration. And there is a book that was written there. I will encourage you to go and read it. It can also help us with tribalism. It's a collaborating with an enemy. We do that in business. So when we see another tribe, which is a company, that's how we look at each other. A different culture, a different way of doing things. When we see another tribe, we don't want to kill them, but we want to challenge them so that they do better. And in our social cohesion, are we preaching that? Are we saying that as we're bringing it together, we want you to still be maintaining your own identity and do better? And it's critical that we find a way to actually teach ourselves that. Can we then collaborate? Okay, just a little bit on the hostile tribalism, but I think I've already touched on that. It's a loss to heritage economy. I was not born so long, but I still remember some of these things. And I can tell you at some point, Limpopo, and perhaps even now, it was a #1 destination of choice for local tourists, and #2 destination of choice for international tourists. And why was that? It's because in Limpopo, they can experience all these cultures in one province. And if you go back in time, we have lost that. In 2019, if not mistaken, I was given a project to research on heritage, and I went around interviewing people. It becomes very difficult for them to become funded because they are being seen as tribalists. So if I come, I want to do something that has got something to do with the vendor culture, that's tribalism. And of course, it's going to go to a council that has got both vendors and Tsongas. The moment we say we are funding such a thing, it's just like, okay, why the elephant? Why not Shibelani? It's a serious issue. We have lost that. And that's what we used to export. That's what we used to export in Limpopo. We don't have that anymore. Lower productivity, more time of conflict resolution. That's what they do in the municipal councils. I can tell you that they're spending more time, fighting about whether you're speaking my language or not. Now, the question is, do we want that to continue, or do we want to do better boundaries, lower innovation, and that is because of lack of collaboration? Now, propositions, we need to redetermine the boundaries. That's what I think. And of course, we can have a very long debate, but for me, I'm saying, choose between spending the rest of your life dealing with conflict resolution or create institutions that are manageable so that you go for collaboration. What we're having now is integration, is chakalaka, doesn't work. Now, but those boundaries, they must be scientifically determined. I think someone spoke about that, looking at things like anthropology and all those things. We need to look at that for us to be able to maintain that culture. We need to create a conducive environment. We need to make sure that our acts, our laws are living documents. Now, the truth is it's going to be very difficult to change the constitution, particularly after 2024, I prophesy. You need 2/3 majority to do that. That is the reality that we're going to have to live with. And somebody alluded to the fact that it is badly written. That's the truth. I mean, you cannot have a constitution that allows everything, Yeah. So in our case, we are saying what we're going to do, we're just going to use the acts to influence. And hopefully, eventually, we're going to get somewhere. We therefore intend to establish an Institute of Development, Commercial and Corporate Law. Within that space, we want to provide institutional arbitration and the law clinic for the development, commercial and corporate space. In the business space, we are spending a lot of time fighting legal issues in courts, which can easily be dealt with, and particularly if some of these things have to do with the tribal issues. In the arbitration, you quickly pick up that, no, man, this issue is about Shibelani or the elephant, So let's just agree, it's about Shibelani and elephant. This year we do elephant, next year we do Shibelani. We intend to establish the business parliament. And in this space, we want to provide meaningful input to the government. So instead of howling the government from a distance, whenever the State of the Nation address is done, we want to sit down, digest that, and give input. We intend to establish the Institute of Economic Rights, different from socio-economic rights. And in that space, we want to lobby for economic rights. I must be able to sue if I don't have a job. That is critical. It's a right to have a job. And a job that gives me a reasonable pay that I deserve. So, was that in conclusion? Okay, yes, in conclusion. Just clap hands for me. I'm done. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, I'm not done. I'm joining the beautiful ladies here.
Thank you very much, Ntate Jeleni. That was a nicer way of concluding. I'm going to then take questions, and I think our panelists are very ready for you. We're taking questions from everyone. I'll take the first 5 questions, and thereafter give them opportunity to answer. And then if you still have more questions, take the last round. Is it fine with you? Okay, we have, I will use this mic and then Eva. Let me see the first batch of hands. I can see my friend Makondelele there. Who else? Jackie, is it you there? I can tell you, I can't see over there because of the slide. Marakibona General Mashilu. Okay, the two last hands for this batch. I see Advocate Libon here. I can't tell who you are there. Please tell your name when you speak. My eyes and the lights. Makondelele Kaba Son.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with a comment, and that is that in my experience over the past 40-odd years, the divine right of kings is very much alive and well in Limpopo. And following on to that, my question is, how does one hold traditional leaders to account? Because so far, irrespective of how many people I've asked, nobody has been able to answer. It is very clear that they are a power unto themselves, And I think we all know that absolute power corrupts absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Lisiba Mashilo, and I am going to pose this question, and any of the panelists may respond, because today, as I was listening to your presentations, I totally lost the meaning and the understanding of the word tribalism. And it is like it has been connoted, or it has been described in a territorial way. Because as I was listening here today, I am not even sure whether I understand what a tribe is. But I wanted to check if there is a possibility that we can completely eradicate tribalism. And I wanted to check also whether we do have the so-called a petty tribe or so, because people were migrating from one place to another. Here in Limpopo, we've got a tribe, Yabatlokwa, and we also find Batlokwa in Free State, and they are one tribe. So today, as we were listening here, it was like we are territorially, like I said, defining tribalism. And it's like it's something bad, but I was impressed by the provincial manager of Human Rights Commission, because initially he was actually reflecting like it is a good thing. It's all about what is it that you have in mind, how are you being brought about. But from where I'm sitting right now, I'm not sure whether I will be able to move out of this space and be able to advocate what tribalism is, whether good or bad. But I want to check with you really whether it is really possible to eradicate it. And if so, what are the measures that needs to be put in place in order to deal with that effectively? Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, starting with the South African Human Rights Commission. To the South African Human Rights Commission, what is the reading of the Commission on the current state of affairs? On what are the kind of things that hamper social cohesion? Is the Constitution perhaps an impediment or a tool that you can use? And if indeed that is the case, why are we in this kind of state? Why haven't it been used? To the IEC, Mr. Sianero, it's around the leadership. As you are one of those bodies that oversee the development of this democracy, what do you say? What do you think about the role the leadership has played thus far? Be it political leadership, business leadership, church leadership. Is there anything that you can advise on as far as leadership is concerned? And are you happy with the leadership that emanates out of every elections that you are overseeing? Are you able, as the commission, therefore, to engage the leadership that emerges out of elections, to drive them through a process of cohering this state, or cohering this nation, so that we don't sit next time to talk about social cohesion, whether we are able, winning or what? Is the commission able to engage those subjects around the elections? to the two universities. What efforts are the two universities playing in order to enhance either the curriculum at school level or at the university level, so that we bring up a new crop of leaders or a new crop of citizens that are very conversant and very conscious of those things that can break up this nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maluleke SS Osoza. Then my question is in regards to the impact of businesses to Mr. Jelene. You talked about the establishment of parliament to give inputs to government. Then my question is, rather than giving the inputs to government, in that parliament, are you also going to discuss about the eradication of tribalism in business, or there is something else which you think you will talk about in that parliament? Thank you.
Okay. I think most of the speakers acknowledge that apartheid and colonialism contributed to what we have as tribalism. But I was actually looking at the founding provisions of the Constitution. And when I look at it, I think it was about racism and non-sexism. I don't see anything saying about tribalism. That's fine. After 1994, there were efforts to build a rainbow nation, but we were speaking about non-sexism and non-racism. I haven't actually seen programs that were actually intended to deal with tribalism. Then my question is it not maybe the government that came after after 1994 and the drafters of the Constitution were actually clouded by democracy or something else, that they missed something that actually is now dividing us as African, because tribalism does not actually stop here in South Africa. The things that we saying that we hate other tribes, we also hate people coming from our neighboring countries, people coming from Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and all over. When they are here, we view them in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I have to start with the commissions or my panelists. Mara, let me start here because I'm already here. You can take the. This one I'm sure it's on. Yeah, it's on.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. I think the first question was from Bomukondeleli about how does one ensure that traditional leaders account along those lines. Okay. Perhaps I can start by saying we have to understand that the Constitution, it talks about equality before the law. Everyone is equal before the law, meaning that in South Africa, we don't have, there isn't maybe the law that applies to maybe presidents or traditional leaders or so on. There shouldn't be really favoritism when it comes to applying the law, which is why, I don't know, it's a year or 2 years back, we saw the former president, Jacob Zuma, being dragged into court and spending some nights in prison and so on. So that is just really testament to that no one is above the law. But perhaps my take is maybe what is needed in terms of traditional leaders, it may be knowledge sometimes, because as the other person asked, what is the meaning of tribalism? Perhaps they may be involved in those acts out of not knowing that what they are doing is wrong. Or, of course, sometimes maybe they know. But then what I'm trying to say is that we need to know that there is no one who is above the law. Whether you're a traditional leader, whatever status you are, if something is wrong, anyone is allowed to bring the matter to the court and so on, and the matter will follow the proper channels. That is how I can answer to that one. But then again, I think maybe like what we were saying about collaborating, maybe that is where maybe institutions of higher learning, the South African Human Rights Commission, maybe we need to do more in terms of empowering them, in terms of giving out the knowledge for them to understand that this act is wrong, this act is not right, it's against the law. Then the last question, which I'm going to take, my colleagues are going to maybe answer on these ones as well and others as well, was on the maybe meaning of tribalism. I think it was the second question. Tribalism, when you're talking about tribalism, that is why at one point you was talking about good tribal, okay, some people saying there's nothing wrong with tribalism. When you're talking about tribalism in general, we are talking about a state of being organized in tribes. The Venda speaking people are here, the Zonga speaking are here, and so on. But then what we are condemning here is the act of thinking, because I am Zulu, I am better than this one. And because I am Zonga, I am having this position. I'm not going to serve these people the way in which I'm serving my own tribe. So this is where it's just like when you're talking about the issue of discrimination. That discrimination, which is another topic which I'm not really going into as such, but I'm just trying to highlight that we may talk about discrimination, which is fair discrimination, and then there's unfair discrimination. When we say we cannot give you a job because maybe we're giving this job to people who are having this and this and this, that may be, we're differentiating. But then now, then there are grounds which that discrimination becomes unfair, which is becomes condemned. In the same way, also tribalism. When you start undermining someone, when you start not giving them, treating them equally because of tribes, that is where we now say this is not right. That is what we are fighting against. But then we are still saying people must be encouraged to be proud of who they are, of their culture and whatsoever of their tribe. So that is my take on the questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, colleagues, for the questions. And perhaps on the issue of traditional leaders being held to account, and we might want to ask by who must hold them to account. But we know that there is a traditional leadership framework act that determines how they must act. And my realization is that the reason it's difficult to enforce it is because the traditional leadership perhaps have been robbed somehow, in the establishment of that act itself. But maybe forget the act a little bit. If I understand the king of the Zulu nation, it's probably getting about 60 million annually, for his upkeep. And we have got a senior traditional leader who has to make it with, about 30,000 a month. So really there's no incentive and a feeling for them being part of this thing that is happening. So I think to a certain extent, there's still a gap in terms of what is their role and how much do we value them. At this point in time, the people are left to hold the traditional leaders accountable, which is wrong. The government itself should hold the traditional leaders accountable. They are the employees of the government, but the government is not doing anything. And they're not difficult to hold them accountable. If the government can decide that if you did something wrong, we're going to cut your salary. If you are not working, we're going to cut your salary, and give them job descriptions in terms of what need to do. So my take, having been in that space, I think there's still a vacuum in terms of what is their role and their value. And of course, on the issue of tribalism, the definition, I raised it intentionally and hoping that out of this conversation as well, we can define it so that we do not go out there, like they say, throwing out, the water with the baby in the process. And what I could ask then back to all of us is, what is racism and how is it different to apartheid? Now, some scholars will tell you that we'll always have racism, we'll always have tribalism, and because races will always be there and tribes will always be there. So it's for us not to create an environment that is conducive for the two to start to conflict, which I said, one, it's lack of resources, and two, it's allowing greedy leaders to be in position. So whenever there are lack of resources, people have to start to fight. Now, I will give an example. For example, the tribe called Kaiser Chiefs and the tribe called Pirates. When you go to communities, they've got real tribes, those people. And when those teams are actually playing, they become tribes, become so angry and all that. But to a certain extent, they do draw the line because they understand what are the benefits at the end of the day. And even the teams themselves, when they are playing, they understand what are the benefits. So, but I think really out of this, for us to go out and carry the message and say, stop tribalism, we need to be able to state the do's and the don'ts. Because at the same time, if we throw out tribalism in a sense, trust me, we won't have any culture. And the next 50 years or so, most of the business will be done over culture. And when you check other countries which are not having many tribes as we have, they are thriving because they are maintaining their tribalistic heritage, if I can call it that. The issue of the business parliament is meant to discuss all issues, but our view is that unless we address economic issues, it's impossible to get rid of things like tribalism. And really, I'm talking from experience in the Vembe district. I can tell you that the issues, it's all about lack of resources and in some instances, greedy politicians. It's just those two things. So in this parliament, we're gonna deal with the root causes of all these things. So as business people, we are not able to say we're going to do away with joblessness without understanding whether are we having a mismatch in terms of skill. So the people who are not being employed, is it because they're not having the right skills for the industry? So we're going to look at all these issues to make sure that we give a meaningful input to the country. And of course, on the issue of the Constitution, indeed, the Constitution was drafted under pressure. On the one hand, those who were drafting it, they wanted majority of the people, particularly Black people, to feel that apartheid will never be again. And therefore, there is reference many times to apartheid instead of segregation. And the reason perhaps we say it's badly written is because in my opinion, we're not supposed to have different types of segregation in terms of racism or tribalism and all those things. That was supposed to come from whether you call it a policy or operational document. But the Constitution itself really was supposed to just say, we are not going to have segregation. Now, because we didn't have tribalism in there, somebody can take us to court and say, but why are you talking about tribalism? You know, we can only talk about racism. And of course, in court, they can win because that's how the Constitution is. And it's some of those things that we're saying they were badly written. But we took too long. In the first 10 years, we're supposed to have adopted the Constitution. And like I said, the likelihood is that we may never be able to change it for the next 100 years or so. So those are just my view on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to add on two questions that were raised. The first one is of a traditional leaders. My take is that what I've realized as I'm moving around and also looking at the things, the way things are happening, most of our traditional leaders are elderly people. And back then, they were working. I grew up in a royal family. So what I used to see, you find that the traditional leaders, you know, in most of the traditional leaders, you find that there were even things like the houses that were meant for those that are convicted for whatever they have done. They will be kept there. I mean, like the traditional leaders were solving problems. But today, it's like they are confused. I mean, like they're not getting well the meaning of democracy. To them, working with the municipality is like the municipalities, they are competitor, and they are failing to collaborate with the municipalities. In such that I think if maybe they can be educated, and even our politicians could be also be advised as to how to work with them. I think that will also be good. Last time we were having other traditional leaders from Mpumalanga. These traditional leaders, they have a problem. Their problem is that they are seeming to be not regarded as traditional leaders. They are not getting paid. But when we look at it, we realize that these people, they are traditional leaders. They are leading some villages, but they are staying in the what we call locations or townships. They are staying in township. So how can you lead people that are somewhere when you are also staying somewhere? We realize that this is like there's a confusion somehow. And then let me also comment on this one of tribalism. With this one of tribalism, I think it's because of also our background. We are coming from the apartheid regime, so it's like it's difficult for us to change our mindset. You will hear people. I think most of us here, we may not maybe attest to it, but most of us, you will hear somebody saying, that one, ola mtangani ngoya penga. Like because I'm a vendor, you know, that one is very good. She's very strong. Portia is very strong. She has hired all the vendors now. They are there in the parliament. You know, it's like it's like in our minds, like if maybe I'm because I'm a vendor, I have to make sure that everything it goes to vendor. If I'm a pedi, everything it goes to pedi. I think that is the bad side of it. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to attempt the first question. I would say if we are talking about holding accountable in a Western sense, I mean in a European sense, it's not possible to hold traditional leaders, in my opinion, in a Western sense, because these are traditionally or culturally our leaders in communities. If there is a problem, I think the only thing we can do is to consult them and to sensitize them to certain issues that are within their powers to do what, to tackle. For example, if you go to them and we tell them that these issues like 1, 2, 3, we cannot have them as Africans. Through dialogue forums, awareness programs, I think then we can reach out to them and root out some of the issues we are discussing today. But if we say we want to hold them accountable in a Western sense, that one I don't think it will work. Number two, what I think the better word instead of tribalism, maybe we use ethnic discrimination. Because tribalism, even like I said earlier, the UN has a declaration that it protects tribes. When they talk about the tribes, I don't know, maybe they didn't have a better word for it. They are talking about African societies, communities that still practice their cultural aspects, that are still involved and value their cultural heritage. So that is allowed. So if we have to use the word tribalism, we'll have to have a narrow understanding and a wider understanding of the word. On the negative aspect of tribalism, we are talking about what my colleagues just alluded to say it's when you now use your social grouping to do what? To oppress or to undermine people who are not from your own ethnic or cultural group. That is when it becomes tribalism. Other than that, we are proud to be Africans. Like I told you earlier, I am an African, full and full African. Okay, number three, what do you as universities do to deal with the issue of tribalism? I think it came from the gentleman on my right, that side. At the universities, fortunately, we have what we call indigenous law. We teach indigenous law, which is I think it's a module, I think it's a semester, 6 months module that is compulsory to ensure that as African students, especially those who are doing law, they understand that there is nothing wrong with you being a proud African, and that even in Africa, before we got the constitution, we also used to have our own laws. Although they were not written, we used to have our own laws that govern the day-to-day social settings or social practices of Africans. So all these issues of ethnic discrimination are discussed in those modules, but maybe we should now start going further than just confining it to a single module. And the other question was on the constitution, that there is no mention of tribalism. If we read the preamble of the constitution, one thing about the constitution I've learned is we have to read it holistically. We cannot read it provision by provision, otherwise we'll miss it. If you read the preamble of the constitution, it clearly tells you there should be diversity. And if we are talking about diversity, obviously it means we have to tolerate a different different traits within our communities. And we go to section 9, it prohibits discrimination based on ethnicity. And I think when we look about saying you cannot discriminate based on ethnicity, on its own, you cannot be a tribalist. And also we read the PEPUDA and the other relevant provisions, section 30 and 31. You can practice your culture, but it should not undermine the other person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give the time to IEC and the Human Rights Commission. As you answer, please be very short. Matebele Avina.
Thank you very much, Matema. The message is through. I was actually hoping, and I was so confident that because I'm not here, I've avoided all the bullets. But be that as it may, there are two questions that were posed to the IEC. The first one is about the impediments to social cohesion. And the second one is about whether or not the Electoral Commission is happy with the caliber of leadership that are emerging from the elections, and whether or not we are able to engage the leadership on that particular one. Let me start with the issue of impediments to social cohesion. I think the extent to which we are able to access both social justice as well as distributive justice then you're likely to understand what are the impediments to social cohesion. The long and short of it is somebody who might not be willing to play by the societal rules is that person who believes that they are shortchanged in as far as access to distributive justice is concerned, as well as social justice. Then for as long as that social phenomenon continues, you're going to have challenges to social cohesion. And I really want to hope that as a country, we're moving towards that direction where we take seriously issues around access to social justice as well as distributive justice. On the second part of the question about whether or not the Electoral Commission is happy with the leadership that emerges from the elections, it's a very tough one. It's a tough ask, I must say, because our constitutional mandate is very clear. We are not even obliged to respond to that question of whether or not we are happy. However, what we can say is that the quality of our democracy is as good as the caliber of the leadership that come from the elections. Remember, our mandate is to afford South Africans an opportunity to express their opinions in terms of who should lead the country. What do you do with that right after electing them is something else. However, the main point here is if, as the electorate, you fail to hold those leaders accountable after the elections, then your democracy is teetering on the bank of bankruptcy. So that's very, very important. Remember, when we hold elections, we are saying, South Africans, you are electing people to office, and these are the people that are going to take key decisions that affect your life. So if you're not happy, we'll give you another chance after 5 years to either elect the same or elect different people. So that is entirely up to you in terms of who you want to elect. But if you're not going to use the accountability instrument, in other words, to hold those leaders accountable, then you can be rest assured that issues such as ethical leadership will never be addressed, because those leaders that will emerge from the elections will be as comfortable as you allow them to be through accountability processes. Thank you.
I'm sure Mabidula will talk from here. And immediately when he finishes talking, nobody's talking, we're going straight for lunch.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to indicate that it's just two questions that I think I must clarify. Traditional leaders are not law unto themselves. We hold them accountable. Even the government hold them accountable if they are not conducting themselves in terms of what the policies and the law. We know that we have a king who have been jailed. So that is the indication that they are not above the law. So we have that example. Even ourselves, we have never come across any traditional leader who is difficult with us when we approach them. They are cooperative and we really hold them accountable. So, but anyway, the institution of traditional leaders, I must also indicate to you that there is a very important role that they are playing. We must not undermine them. I know this might be a bit a problem. For example, the issue of title deeds, if you remember that the government or the other institution that were fighting that our people must get title deeds in the rural areas. The issue of the security of tenure and all those things. I can explain to you properly, but we don't have much time. But what I can tell you is that when traditional leaders refuse our people to have title deeds, they are afraid of the consequences. It will be very painful that our people banks will take the houses from the rural areas. When they attach those houses, you find that this family, this was Mabidura's house. Now it has been taken by the bank because Mabidura mortgage with that house now is taken. They are protecting those vulnerable people. So from our side, I think we can have a discussion, but I think their role is very important. So we must respect the traditional leaders. Maybe they might be letting us down with regard to the issue of they are no longer holding us accountable when we bring outside people in our communities, which might be something that is increasing crime in our villages. Back in the days, they used to know Hamabidula, there is this person who's staying there and they have been reported to Mushate or Udulamo. So these days when you are walking around the streets in the villages, you guys just come across new faces and you don't know what they are. So, I mean, if we respect the institution of traditional leadership, we can change our society, we can reduce the rate of crime, we can hold each other accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Re a leboga. A re yeng go ja, re tla eta re bolela, ra boya ka pela. Le nagana re ka ja for 35 minutes. It's only our group that is going to eat now. Will 35 minutes be enough? We're going down to the restaurant. A re tšeng 35 minutes, ke tla le bitša le tla bona. Listen.
Okay, and the camera, you must say, I must now change. Come, Daisy, come, let's say. You know. Where the shorties. Okay. What's the deal? What's the deal? Why didn't you tell me? You know, I thought about it in cellular. Yeah, what did I make things?
Thank you very much. You are a wonderful audience. You are a wonderful audience. Remember when we started, I told you we will have a stylish way of clapping hands for every one of us as we were introducing ourselves and as the speakers were going on. And it goes like this. Look at me. We just go 1, 2, 3, rare 1, 2, rare 1. Then that's how we appreciate how good we are. Can we do that? It's so simple. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Yes. Thank you so much. You're such a wonderful audience. Now we're going to session 3 and 4. We're going to take them together because for our session 3, our item 15 and 16 have not shown up. The presenter have not shown up, but I think we'll follow up with them as the session is proceeding. And then our provincial manager from the Northwest Province will be facilitating the session. Memahoro. Remember, I cannot say Magoro. Nakir Mahoro. Yes. Right, thank you so much. And then we'll be joining the session 4 crew. And then thereby item 18, we will not be having Rev Mauchi Pataki, but we'll be having Mr. Jekima Kuba, who will share the time with Pastor Strike Mangani. And then we will be proceeding like that. May Shelly please come facilitate the session 3 and 4 together. Thank you so much in advance. And relebogile pula ke makura. Yes, ma'am. Somebody have left their handbag. It's with me here. You must describe it before you take it. Thank you.
Dumelang. Good afternoon to everybody. Sanbonani. You are not responding. Is the food still digesting? Okay, allow me to say protocol observed. I recognized all the guests who have already been acknowledged at the beginning of today's program. And I'll be assisting, as my colleague Mankes has indicated, with facilitating the next 2 sessions. Perhaps before I go into the introduction of the next session, allow me to congratulate my colleagues from the Limpopo office for this timely intervention to address tribalism in Limpopo. And indeed, as other speakers have indicated, that tribalism is an assault on the hard-earned freedoms that were fought for by those who came before us, and it's also an assault on the commitments that we've made to a democratic dispensation that is based on the values of human dignity, Okay, I think we're back on. As I was saying, and as our other speakers have indicated, the form of tribalism that we are gathered here to discuss is an assault on our commitments to our constitutional values of building a society that is based on the values of human dignity, equality, freedoms, non-racialism, as well as sexism. And it is unfortunate that we are approaching a very critical time as a nation where we'll be having our national elections very soon. And if history is anything to go by, we know that politicians will be tempted to exploit all our pre-existing fault lines to further their narrow political agendas. And those fault lines, fault lines of race, gender, tribalism, as we are here also to discuss. Given the times that we're in, it's therefore important that we become more vigilant as a society, in that we renew our commitment to building a nation that is truly equal, that is inclusive of everyone, regardless of their gender, their sex, or their tribe. And in building this kind of society that our forebears dreamed of, we all have an important role to play, as all the other speakers have alluded to. But the state has a particularly important role in leading this nation building that is required for our nation. And this is because of the obligations they have in terms of section 2, section 7, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which enjoins the state or all organs of state to promote human rights, to protect human rights, to respect human rights, as well as to fulfill human rights. And when we speak about the organs of state, we are speaking about all entities that exercise public power. And that's why we had public institutions come and speak about their role in eradicating the toxic form of tribalism. That's why I've seen in the program, we'll also have traditional leaders who come and account on their role in eradicating the toxic form of tribalism, as well as the commission has presented on our role. And because this is a work that cannot be achieved by just one person or one entity, it requires all of us, and particularly all organs of state, to come together in furtherance of their constitutional obligations. With that said, in this session, we will have a brief discourse on the role of the state in eradication of tribalism. And I will call upon Ms. A. Mahuru, a PhD student from the University of Venda, to start us off in just unpacking the role of the state in eradication of tribalism. And I must say, Mahoro, I've been made the bad guy, because the other facilitator wanted to be liked by everybody. But she says I must not want to be liked. So I will have to keep you to a very strict time frame, because you would have seen we are woefully behind in terms of time. So I will give you 15 minutes to please present, and then if there is an opportunity further down the line, and as we engage with questions, you can have a second or even third bite at the cherry. With that said, I'm now giving over to you, Me Mahoro. Thank you. Oh,
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible enough? Okay. As it was mentioned, my name is Azwindin Magoro. I'm pursuing my PhD, of which I'm still in the process. So it's very much unfortunate just because I won't flag my presentation just because I don't want to be out of the boundaries of the universities. Okay, I was given this topic by our commissioner. So before I can allude as a princess, I'd like to greet our traditional leaders. Absheni baholo bya bahina, ni masiari ni sanda yasho. Realocha baholo ba rena, mushate wa rena. When I was given this topic, it is in line with my thesis in some way, in some instances, but more especially the tribalism of which is a problem. I have to check the definition itself. Fortunately enough, some of my colleagues previously, they've already defined what tribalism is. But what I can say about it is that this tool, tribalism, is a tool that has been used by the colonialists to divide and to erode our culture, our own too. They use it successfully to divide ourselves. Right now, when I look at her, it's a Motswana. I don't consider her as my fellow black man or black woman. So they were successfully used it in order to divide us. That is why today we still have that problem wherein we don't accept one another. So as my introduction here, the tribalism, it's unavoidable. As I said, it has been planted. In today's global world, it is crucial to address the issue of diversity and inclusion. As we navigate through a rapidly changing society, it becomes increasingly evident that embracing diversity is not just a moral imperative, but also a necessity to progress in harmony. The conversation is essential to foster mutual understanding, the respect and empathy among individuals from different backgrounds, cultures, and perspectives. Therefore, by recognizing the value of diversity, we can create a more inclusive and equitable society that celebrates the richness of our differences. Sorry. Therefore, by recognizing the value of diversity, we can create a more inclusive and equitable society that celebrates the richness of our differences and leverage them to drive innovation and social change. All around the world, wars and conflict are unavoidable. Since the dawn of humankind, there have been wars and conflicts, tribal boundaries, grazing land, agricultural production along the rivers, poverty and hunger, and language limitations are few of the factors that fuel conflicts. I'm trying to skip some of the things to spare time. So the persistence of inequality and disparity in terms of race and tribe within the same provinces, where some races and tribes are considered superior to others, are delaying the acceptance of mutual equality and the advancement of social cohesiveness. The irrational wisdom and mindset of some of the leaders as a serious reason for the concern, as they are not contributing to the unification of the populace, but rather to the growing division between the rich and the poor. So The use of games and sports are in many ways helping to close the gap between the rich and poor and between the races because they are perceived as fostering social cohesion when handled well and as inclusive of all race. Like what had somebody mentioned about Amabokobok. Right now, we are coming together closer bit by bit because Springbok brought unity and but tribalism is still there, but we are coming there. Since our generation is dying of every minute, every week, every month, and even every year, we should realize that we want to create a world for them. Our youth right now, they seem to be confused. Let's let's cease destroying both our nation and our future generation planet by improving the quality of life for our nation. I believe the government should set up departments to handle employment creation. If they can try by any means to create the employment, maybe this will also eradicate the issue of tribalism. Right now, we are crying about the issue of our young ones who are now crying that there's no job. We are trying to tribalize that certain nation is the one that is being taken for into consideration while others are being looked down upon. So the Human Rights Department is in charge, to re-educate our community in the importance and the value of coexisting as citizens of the same nation. I believe the Human Rights Commission is in the right position. You are doing your best by calling us together, by trying to go and visit our communities and advocate about the issue of the issue of eradicating tribalism so that we can live together in harmony. But alone they cannot do it. They need us. So the human rights, again, is also in charge to bring the religious organization together and forming partnership with the departments, more especially the Department of Education. At schools, tribalism is too much because you'll find that in the class, learners are from different nationalities. And then if ever it's only one or two, they become so inferior. So if ever we can engage the department so that the teachers, the department in collaboration with the officials to make sure that there's sort of an acceptance and to teach our learners and even at home. Maybe I can set another example. At home, you'll find that this tribalism, we don't feel it. We thought it maybe it's something that it's happening outside. You find, but my brother is married to a Zulu girl. Hey, this is what we used to say in privacy. There's no tribalism. We have to teach our children, we have to teach our learners, we have to preach it even at the place of work. And then when it comes to the issue of positioning, even the departments, they are doing that. But who should eradicate that issue? It's us together with the Human Rights Commission to make sure that this issue of looking down upon another nation, when it comes to the position-wise, I remember Mr. Gillen also mentioned that, and some other people mentioned that. I cannot do this just because my senior it's a Mutonga, or this position must be attained by Kamusutuarina, Karona Rekasusu Kamuvenda. So it's sort of a tribalism, but we can create a harmonious community. But coming back to Limpopo, as we have got 3 major nationalities, Vatsonga, Vavenda, and Vapedi, we still have a problem of tribalism. I'm not a politician, I'm a student, but let me say this. Harry, if ever you can look to our leadership in the province politically, have you ever seen a Mutsonga as a premier? It's because of tribalism. Have you ever seen a Movenda as a premier? It's because of, since 1994, how many? It's long. Hey, but we need to advocate that. If we say we don't want to say it just because somebody is going to take me to another level, please take it to those people. I'll tell them that this is not right. The capacity is there. But just because Mendiamba Venda, I cannot be a premier of Limpopo. Just because Changa, I cannot be a premier of Limpopo. Let's change the tune. We can all work together to develop a powerful nation and tear down the tribal walls, even though no one is less intelligent than the others. Our current state of instability can also be attributed to immature politicians. To put it simple, tribalism is a big problem in Limpopo Province. It threatens human rights, social unity, and stability. Limpopo is located in the northern part of South Africa. It's a region that is rich in cultural diversity, with various ethnic groups coexisting within its borders. However, the deep-rooted tribal division that exists within the province have hindered the progress towards harmonious and inclusivity of the society. This composition aims to shed light on the detrimental effects of the tribalism on the human rights, social cohesion, and stability in Limpopo, and propose potential solutions to address this pressing issue. Firstly, tribalism poses a significant threat to human rights in Limpopo. The strong loyalty to one tribe often leads to discrimination and marginalization to individuals from other tribes. I think I'm right, as one again. I'm right. The right to equality, freedom of expression, and access to resources are frequently violated as tribal affiliation takes precedence over the principle of fairness and justice. This creates hostilities, environment where individuals are judged and treated unfairly based on their tribal backgrounds, undermining the fundamental principle of human rights. Moreover, tribalism undermines social cohesion in Limpopo. Instead of fostering unity and collaboration among different ethnic groups, it perpetuates division and animosity. The strong sense of identity and loyalty to one tribe often result in the exclusion of others, limiting opportunity to intertribal interaction and cooperation. This lack of social cohesion hampers the province's ability to effectively address common challenges such as poverty, inequality, unemployment, underdevelopment, and others. It perpetuates a cycle of distrust and animosity, hindering progress and hindering the realization of prosperous and united society. Furthermore, tribalism poses a significant threat to the stability of Limpopo. Deep-seated tribal division have been exploited by potential power-hungry individuals, further exacerbating tensions and conflicts. Political parties often exploit tribal loyalties for their own gain, leading to a climate of political instability and unrest. This does not hamper the democratic process, but also undermine the overall stability of the province. The constant threat to intertribal conflict and violence create an environment of fear and insecurity, hindering the economic growth and development, as it was mentioned by Mr. Jeleni.
Therefore, to address this pressing issue, several measures must be taken. One, there is a need for increased awareness and education about the negative consequences of tribalism. This can be achieved through grassroots initiatives, educational programs, and public campaigns aimed at promoting tolerance, acceptance, respect, and understanding among different tribes. Additionally, the government and the civil society organization should actively promote intertribal dialogue and cooperation to foster a sense of unity and shared identity. I'm towards the conclusion, my MC. Furthermore, it is critical to enact and enforce legislation that protects against tribal discrimination and promotes equal rights for all the individuals, regardless of their tribal backgrounds. This includes measures to address hate speech, discriminatory practices, and ensure fair representation to all tribes in the key decision-making processes. In conclusion, tribalism poses a significant threat to human rights, social cohesion, and stability in Limpopo. It is possible to overcome these challenges and build a united, prosperous, and stable province that respects the rights and dignity of all the citizens. If we can join hands together, we can eradicate this virus that is eroding our rainbow nation in the province. Ndiyalebowa, ndolebowa, na cancer, kiyalebowa, bayadanki, ngiyabonga. Thank you.
Siyabonga Mayor Mokoro for that insightful presentation. Again, emphasizing the impact of tribalism on the enjoyment of human rights, and also underscoring the role that the Commission can and must play to address this scourge, as well that as the role that you and I, as ordinary members of society, can play in eradicating tribalism. It's really just unfortunate that the leaders of government or the executive arm of the state that we're also supposed to come and present on their role, they are not here. Because as indicated, often when human rights are concerned, everyone is looking upon the South African Human Rights Commission to resolve all human rights challenges in communities. But the Constitution is clear that it's not human rights work, is not only the work of the Human Rights Commission, is the work of every organ of state, including the executive arm of the state. But perhaps even in their absence, we can engage during the question and answer session on what they should do as well to contribute to the eradication of this scourge. With that said, allow me at this point to call upon Pastor Jackie Mahoba and Pastor Strike Munganyi, who will be speaking on the role of religious leaders in building social cohesion against tribalism. Because as also echoed by Mayor Mugoro, this is the work that Magoro, my apologies. This is work that requires all of us, including religious leaders, because we know that in some society, even divisions are caused by religious leaders. So if they can cause divisions, it means they can also contribute to bringing social cohesion in societies where they lead. With that said, I will call upon Pastor Jackie Mahoba to do his presentation, and then followed by Pastor Strike Munganyi to also do his presentation. Pastor Mahoba.
Thank you very much for the promotion. I wish those who I go to church with were here so that they up their tithes, because I am a pastor now. I accept that. I'm not going to contest your prophecy. I'm not a pastor. I just happen to have worked for an organization of churches known as South African Council of Churches. And once you are closer in that organization, you are likely to be defined as a pastor. We are thankful South African Human Rights Commission for having invited the Ethical Foundation for Leadership Excellence to come and share its perspectives, its views about the kind of subjects that we are engaging in. But before I delve much into it, I must just say I have protocol observed. I observe the hierarchy of everyone in here. And let me not offend by naming everybody. Let me tell you a story before I give to Pastor Strike Mangani, because he's going to give us the practical things that the church has done and continues to do in order to deal with this subject. Some years ago, we went to Kigali in Rwanda and on a mission to say, what is it that the South African churches can do to accompany the Rwandese in their healing process? And when we arrived there, we were briefed by the International Relations Fellows, and there are two things that they told us. That one, you should not tell or put more emphasis on your tribes. When you introduce yourself, you just say, I'm from South Africa. And we visited an old man who was in the, what they call Interhamwe. It was a militia attached to the Tutsis. He has some views about South Africa and the South Africans. And then as we introduced ourselves, he said, but it's unnatural in Africa that you just say you are J.K. Mahoba. What tribe are you from? And then we remembered that the international fellow said, once you emphasize, you are raising the pain these people have gone through. Then we became brave and said, I am Mupedi. And then we had Xhosas, we had Zulus and everything. And he said, no, that is not a problem. You see, the problem is the toxic nature of tribalism. Tribalism on its own is not a problem. You must accept its effect, it's a social effect. What you need to guard against as a church is the toxic application of it. That makes you to see other human beings as inferior, as evil, and as all those negative things. Then he said, you know the reason why we went into the kind of situation we were in is that our leaders were filled by this toxic appeal of tribalism. Hence, an instruction after they've bombed the aeroplane of the two presidents, the instruction once it was issued, everybody reacted on the base of the negative connotations of tribalism. So as the church, what is it that we can do? And then I will give Pastor. The church must teach God. The church must teach about God and not about itself. What the church should do, it must develop a theology of appraising God and appraising his humanity. That's all that the church should do. Pastor Strike, I know you are going to excel on this. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, my colleague. And with that, let me say protocols fully observed. Thank you so very much, Human Rights and the University of Venda, for this conference. It's a very important conference. And to our facilitator, thank you so very much. You know, one lawyer asked Jesus a question
when he said, even in fact, he silenced the Sadducees and the Pharisees, and it's in Matthew chapter number 22, and he asked him a question, which one is the greatest law or command? And he said simply, you shall love the Lord your God with all your might, your strength. And the second one, which is like the very same one, is that you should love your neighbor as you love yourself. One of the biggest challenges that we have is that law, loving of neighbor like I do with myself. And of course, such challenge is also because people are struggling with self-love. And if you are a victim and you cannot love yourself, then it becomes very hard even to love other people. That is why the measure of loving your neighbor, of loving other people, will be the measure of your self-love. And when you love yourself, you realize that you need everybody else. I need everybody else for me to exist, for me to survive. We have business community, we have all of us, we need each other in our different capacities. My colleague, I would love to share, because one very important thing that we must, and as the commission and as the academic institutions and as government, as the church, is to make sure that we practically get involved in the eradication of toxic type of tribalism. And of course, we spoke even about tribalism itself. And I think our sister from Mrs. Magoro has said that even the tribe word, of course, that is a borrowed word. It's not in our vocab. It's borrowed from our English language. I'll continue speaking. I think I'm audible with the rain, and that was used to try and define Africans, and also looking at us as uncivilized, because you talk of those other tribes, they call themselves nations, So we are nations. It's a Venda nation, it's a Tonga nation, it's a Peli nation. But looking at the toxic tribalism, I must also say, we of this age and those who are older than us, we must look at ourselves, because in some way, we're engineers of that. We are carriers of that. That is why we must talk, and after talking, we must practically begin to address it. I heard my facilitator saying the church also is involved in building tribalism, and it must also be involved in breaking toxic tribalism. I don't know in which sense, because as the church, we advocate for the kingdom of God. And it's relationship with God, then relationship with other people. That is church. We relate to God, and then to show that I relate to God, I must be able to relate to everybody else, like my learned friend has said. But let me just say practically some of the things that we did as the church. To start with, being in the city of Polokwane, I made sure my church is very outside town, about 10 kilometers out of town, in a farm. But we made sure that every year we started what we call City Student Welcome. We involved the social cluster, that is the SAPS, Sports, Arts and Culture, and Education, and I think also health. We brought young people together who were coming to study in the city for the first time, to say to them, look, you are no more in Giani, you are no more in what is that? You are no more at Zingi, or you are no more at this particular village. Now you are going to meet with your brothers from this side, that side, that side. They may not speak your language, but you are all young people. You are all students. You have come to study. And the SAPS will talk about issues of security in the city. Education will encourage them on focusing on education. Health will talk or will address them on issues of making sure that they are healthy, they keep themselves healthy through their behavior. And arts and culture will then enforce the issue of making sure that we are able to live together. But being the church, one day, I think it was 2001, behind me, the choir were grumbling over issues, I overheard somebody saying, I don't know what you're looking for here, because even our pastor is a Tsonga. And hearing that, I felt there is a project just behind me, and I must work on this project. And I started within the church what we call a culture day. There, we just wanted to make sure that we're coming together. And let me quickly say what we will do. Number one, we made sure that we put on our cultural or our ethnic or our tribal, if you like, attire. And then we'll cook our cultural dishes. And then we'll sit down and look at our dishes. I remember going around and say, you see all these dishes, don't look at it and frown. You may not eat this, but you know what? This is your brother or your sister's food. That's where I learned even to eat the Tongo liver, which was a mountain to climb. But from there, I love the Tongo livers, helping them even on issues of respect, because some of it is little things. I feel you disrespect me because as a vendor, you speak this way. As a lady, you speak this way. And to you, it's not disrespect. It's just because you're not a Tsonga. So would address all those issues. But I must say, thanks also to Sports, Arts and Culture, because 2006, the very same project was hosted here by the cricket fields. We filled the cricket fields. We had cultural dances from the Pedis, Tsongas, and Debeles, vendors, and it was massive. And in that, I realized that the custodians of culture are our royal leaders. I call them royal leaders. And I then started what I call a royal night, the very same year, 2006, where royal leaders from different ethnic groups would come together under one roof. I remember even a testimony of two royal leaders who could not see eye to eye, who reconciled in such a meeting. So what I'm trying to say is that as churches and as the body of Christ, we do not only talk, we go all out to have programs and projects that are addressing these issues. It's only when you see it, when you bring them together, when you create platforms. And that is what I would love to say is thanks also to our government and also to human rights. I've come to know Bomama Manketse because of such programs. But it is important that we join our hands, we join our forces, and not only do a talk show, because I must be honest, there are programs in our country. There are very good programs, but we talk, and there is no action. There's no plan of action. That is why it is also important for our politicians to be here, the relevant departments to be involved so that social cohesion becomes practical. It does not just become head knowledge, so that we're able even to understand, to know each other. Because of those programs, I remember the first night I met with royal leaders, I said, my dear fathers, I'm a Tsonga boy. I do not know the protocol of vendor royal leaders, Pedi royal leaders, Ndebele royal leaders. So please bear with me, teach me. And they taught me. And I was able to respect them, because some of the things that creates this friction is disrespect. Disrespect in which sense? Because we don't know them. We don't understand them. We're standing at a distance. We see things. For example, many people, especially who are not from the north, when they see Bavenda people, Bachirocha, they say, these people are wicked. And somebody did that even in church when the Venda people, Bachikorocha, hey, so you make people to bow before. They say, hey, you do not know. But Venda people are not oppressed when they do that. That is in their culture. They do it willingly. So lack of knowledge and understanding of different cultural groups and our practices, and only look at it from a distance or from another elevation, that continues to propagate tribalism. And of course, it is important that as we unite, as we work together, our frictions will always be there, but those frictions will help us to get rid of some of the scales that are unnecessary. That is why I want to say thank you for this conference, and I want to say to my colleague, thank you so very much. Yes, let us not throw away being a Tsonga, being a vendor, being a Mupedi, be proud of who you are, but open up for others so that you co-live, you coexist with everybody else. And I've realized with time that it is very much important. I will marry across different cultures, and I'll tell them, We must be able to open our minds and to open our hearts. And as if I was calling trouble for myself, and then my son went and married a Chinese. But you know what, family? This is important. Let's work on this thing and make it work. Thank you so very much. Thanks, my colleague.
Thank you, my pastors. Thank you, thank you. It's not every day that preachers of the word use less time than that allocated to them. So thank you for respecting time, and thank you to Pastor Strike for very practical examples of what we can all do to dismantle tribalism in the communities where we live. And indeed, Pastor Jackie, really your input was poignant to say churches need to start preaching God. But the challenge that we also have in churches is that other pastors or preachers or believers, they even believe that God is a tribalist. That's why if you go to churches today, there's so much obsession, you know, was Jesus black? Was Jesus white? Because we suspect even Jesus is a tribalist. So he can only be for us if he look like us. But if we really preach God as he is, we know whether he is Chinese, you know, he is still all of us and he will serve all of us. So thank you so much for the word from our pastors. At this point, I will then call upon one of our traditional leaders, Kosi Bo Chimange. I really do apologize. I've been told I've been butchering some surnames. I apologize. Please bear with this Swati girl who has been corrupted by Tswanas. So there's a whole lot of confusion. Kosi, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director, to give me this opportunity to convey this message to these wonderful people of God. I'm not going to waste your time. Firstly, I would like to recognize the executive of human rights, distinguished guest, all protocol is observed. I am representing Ndabezitha Hosi Madonsi. Then I'll just start. As each and every speaker here has already taken my issues to say, they were discussing about the issue of traditional leaders or royal leaders. Then I'll just give a sum up from my side. As we know that as traditional leaders, yes, we are created by God. Victor Mavidura has already indicated it here this morning to say above all the chiefs are created by God. We can't go to election to be elected as chiefs. Is our positions. So let me just go on to this issue of tribalism. I've prepared so few items here with me. Firstly, I want to start with the cultural isolation. My phone is closing, sorry. So, on this issue of cultural isolation in our land, it's already indicated by the previous speakers.
that in our culture, we have so many tribes, especially in Limpopo. Someone has indicated that we are a rainbow nation, Chakalaka nation. Then we are surviving. We are trying by all means to cope with these different tribes in our province. On social cohesion, as I indicated that as a nation, each and every traditional council, we have different municipalities around us, whereby most of the issues of laws and regulation has been implemented, but we are not custodian of those rules and regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, all those rules and regulation has been allocated to our local municipalities and the district municipalities, whereby we can't exercise control over each and every one whom we are controlling. For example, when we come to the issue of the customs and beliefs of a tribal society, we have so many challenges because we are the custodian of the soil and we cannot control that soil. There are some rules and regulations ahead us. If you can see or have your own self-introspection, where you are coming from, as traditional leaders or the royal family, we don't have access to control our land. Everything is under the wings of the municipalities. I can give you an example of the issue of title deeds and PTO. As the owner of the soil, we are not allowed to issue any certificate or any document without the approval of the municipality. It's where now tribalism is starting. I'm a chief, I'm owning my village, but come the transactions, although if a person wants a land, they will come to my village to say, we want a piece of land, we want to do a business. Yes, that one is our norm. We will sit down and have a meeting with that particular person and listen to the person who is requesting to have a land or a business or to do something over a property. Then after approval, I'm not a final end. I have to transfer that person to the municipality, to the local municipality, where he's going there. All those issues of PTO, permission to occupy the land, it will be issued at the municipality level. We as the traditional leaders, currently, we are debating with these new rules and regulations to say, why can't we have the mandate to issue those transactions of PTO? Yes, title deeds, yes, they are issued under a proclaimed area where the municipality is saying, this is not your soil, this is my soil. So I'm referring all this to you in order to indicate that the issue of tribalism is not 100% controlled by the traditional leaders. We want to end up this, but we don't have powers. We are controlled by different municipalities. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to discuss with you again by South African Human Rights Commission that to monitor the human rights in South Africa, we have to abolish this tribalism system. If we can see the challenge that we have here, one of the speakers was saying the traditional leaders are not doing anything because we are allowing each and every person from maybe a foreigner to come and stay in our villages without permission of the chiefs. Like what I have indicated before, it is hard for us to implement that because we are owning the villages. But come this demarcation, come these councillors, there's a competition between the councillors, the mayors, and the demarcation board. We know that this is my area, that one is Giyani, is Malamlele, is Kukune, but there are some demarcation in between. The demarcation board will come with own demarcation, then the ward councillor will also come with their own wards. So where is the chief? So we are not owning those people 100%. Those people, they are under also the government. If we argue with them, we are just traditional leaders. The salary that we are earning is nothing. If I can argue with them, they will take the chief to the court. Themselves, they have the lawyers who will represent the state. Come the poor chief, we don't have money to buy those lawyers to represent us. So tribalism is very difficult to be controlled by the chiefs. But I just want to congratulate the executive of human rights who are now engaging the royal people to say, come and be part of the slot to share your ideas with us. Maybe it will eradicate some of the issues that we are coming across daily. Tribalism also is affecting our children. Somebody was discussing about the children abuse. Tribalism is also affecting our learners at our different schools. As Limpopo, we know that we have these private schools whereby mostly are whites, mostly are rural, and from the well-to-do families. They will take their children from the well-to-do families to join those schools that they know, here my child will perform well. Then come a learner where he is from rural area, he want to migrate to take the child or to the learner to urban area. Tribalism starts, people now will start fighting amongst themselves. So we as the Royal or the Traditional Council, we are saying, Human Rights Commission, please intervene. Because we can see that the little ones, they are the future presidents of tomorrow. They need proper education also to be equipped with. And that tribalism which is happening in our schools is bullying each other. We have so many learners that are being bullied at school. Some, they manage to kill even each other. Where are the parents? Where are the government? Where is our police? I have indicated also that tribalism is also caused by our police. Things are happening and they're not doing anything. They don't have enough resources to control crime that is happening in our different areas in Limpopo. There are no interference at all. Cultural isolation, I've already indicated that as community of Limpopo, we have to work together as a team. Social cohesion means teamwork and to have a good relationship amongst each other with all the stakeholders from the pastors and all the forums. And we can eradicate this by working together as a team. By shouting, maybe if you have something, to go and plead to the government. By establishing also training and forums in our communities in order to sensitize our villages in far rural areas to know about all these things, to take each other with respect. Ladies and gentlemen, I was not prepared so many things because some of the things, it was already indicated by the previous speakers. I'm just checking what have I managed not to say here. Yeah, this one I've already indicated, the issue of proclaimed area. I want to put emphasis on that to be with the municipality to develop. We like development, new building structures and everything, but let's communicate with other before improving each and everything to develop the area. We are the custodian of the soil, and we are respecting the rules, regulation, and law of this country. But let us treat it well as traditional leaders. I thank you. I prepared this thing when I was sitting there because this was not my slot.
Thank you, Josie. You are leaving your phone. Thank you so much for that presentation, which just underscored the disempowerment that traditional leaders are experiencing in their communities, which create a vacuum where all these isms just come up, you know, tribalism, sexism, racism, because of the vacuum that has been created by our current governance structures. I will then call upon Mayor Maputla from the Collins Chabane municipality to come speak on the role of local municipalities in building social cohesion against tribalism. And if time permitting, if you can just respond to some of the issues that the Hosi was raising about disempowerment that municipality caused traditional leaders to experience, which create this vacuum for the isms in their communities. Thank you. Over to you, Mayor Maputla.
Can I be assisted with my presentation? Facilitator, thanks very much. And let me take this opportunity to greet our traditional leaders present with us here today. And also thank the South African Human Rights Commission for inviting us as Collins Chabane to share the best practice. Facilitator, you will agree with me that since the beginning of this session, Victor, you started with my presentation, and I was counting How many times was Collins Chavani, Malamulele talked about? I even lost the count. Many times. So it clearly says we are the case study as Collins Chavani. So I'm going to be just practical. Yes, because we are talking from experience, not theory. Let me say all protocol observed before maybe making any mistake. I will be using, can you assist me, my laptop? But at the same time, I know I'm a preacher. Pastor Strike, I hope you guys khaole. Asin nam ruti like Mahova. Mara sometimes, bare adima platform ya gona. It's not working. If it's not working, it will be assisting me. I will be talking from my own laptop. Right. But I hope it works so that it be easy. But I was proposing they can assist us to work, because I was having that's good, pictures of what was alluded since in the morning here by most of the speakers on what transpired prior 2016, before Collins Chavani municipality was established. You could see these pictures. They are not looking nice. People were gathered. And I think Mabudula has indicated that if you are coming from far, reading it from a distance, or by researching, because sometimes, yes, I am a researcher also, but sometimes when we research, it happens that we might find different views than what is happening on the ground. This picture was prior 2016. That's my introduction. It is when people from Malamulele and surrounding villages were fighting, like Mabidula has indicated, to say, we need our municipality. And what was the reason? He indicated, I say again. In fact, I said to him, I'm going to stand there and say, because the reason for this situation that we're seeing here was because of service delivery. He indicated that they made an analysis on how much was spent on villages around Malamulele or Collins Chavani. And he already spoke about the result. Can we move? Again. This is the situation. If you can look there, up there, the communities were saying, Musholozi, by then the president was President Zuma. They were saying to him, give us our municipality. They were burning the roads. There was chaos. But the reason was service delivery. I want us to get away from the perception that it was in line with tribalism. I think Mabidula has indicated that they did a proper research. And they also did an analysis on how much was spent. Hence, Collins Chavani in 2016 was established. It was on the basis of service delivery, not tribalism. I'm repeating it. Can we move, my dear? Here is Collins Chavani. We are established in 2016, as I've indicated, with our population amounting to 347,974 people. We are consisting of 71 councillors. And let me indicate a facilitator that amongst our 71 councillors, Yes, it's obvious because most of the villages are Tonga speaking people villages, but our councillors comprises of the Tonga speaking people. We have got councillors from the Venda speaking people, and also that area of Masakona, Kojobo Councillor Levi, our former speaker. They speak a little bit like myself. I don't know whether it's Sepedi, whether it's Kilobedi, but it's a mixture, something like of that, yes. So, as I was indicating, Warren, Collins Chabane, the reason for it to be established was not on the basis of tribalism. Hence, if you can check my row number 4, I am indicating that we are having currently, as we speak, 277 employees that the municipality appointed. And also those employees covers the 3 tribes. I said the presenter is a practical example. Kinalebo Malumi Manaka, Malumi Manaka, let me acknowledge you. Bakwa Khoshia Malebo. Kikwa Kichwangona. But I'm currently working co Collins Chabane. And for sure you heard me when I was introducing myself. I said I'm the senior manager corporate services, meaning I'm sitting in the senior management team of Collins Chabane. If the reason for the municipality, when they established the municipality, was along the tribalism issues, they were gonna say no one here, especially paid. I'm from Bochum originally. No one will be a senior manager in Collins Chabane. I started there as a manager, by the way, in 2018, but I'm currently a senior manager. So I think this should raise the minds of people saying Collins Chabane was established along the lines of tribalism. Hence, I said I'm the practical example. If that was the case, they were gonna say, no, 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 no. When you are a senior manager, you are leading a lot of people. And amongst those people that you are leading, there are Tonga speaking people. They were gonna say, you're not Mupedi here to come and lead us. So I'm saying these colleagues, my traditional leaders, for us to erase a little bit this mind to say the reason for those people to fight then was because of tribalism. It was because of service delivery. I'm overemphasizing it. It was said many times. We are having 4 nodal points. I said I'm going to be practical in Collins Chabane that assist us to fight this issue of tribalism. We are still on the road, yes. We are still on the journey, yes. But as we speak now, we established 4 nodal points wherein when we do our public participation, when we do our consultation, we are not focusing around Malamulele. We go to, we have got one cluster. And Mr. Mabudula has indicated that even after the establishment of the municipality, there was something else. Vuwani said, no, we can't be belonging to Collins Chabane. Oh, a new baby, you are already judging it. He indicated it. We are having a cluster in Malamulele. We are having a cluster in Saselemane and Tlanganani. And amongst all those clusters, all those tribes that are falling within the municipality are there. And we are dealing with this issue by going there to the community. We are consulting. Even now, Mr. Mabadula, we were doing a recruitment of EPWP. We were appointing 900 EPWP participants in partnership with DFFE department. What we were doing, we are still fighting tribalism, even in appointment of these smaller opportunities that are coming. We'll sit down. Fortunately, I'm the senior manager, corporate services, responsible for appointment. We'll look at all that, and you remember when you recruit EPWPs, you recruit even those that are not graduates. So remember, the application will be 9,000. I remember one day we knocked off around 2 o'clock in the morning, trying to select. What we did was to say, we pack, I'm being practical, our applications as per the what. What one up to, we have got 36 words in Collins Chabane. What one up to, what 36, okay? We'll pack them the whole night. Then we finish the first process. Can we now go to clusters? We have got Vuane cluster. Can we pack Vuane cluster applications? We have got Sasalemane cluster. Can we pack Sasalemane cluster? Njaga and Malamulele. Then how many now pay what? How many now pay village? All the villages must get equal share. Is it not fighting tribalism? Are we not practical? Thank you very much. Can we move, my dear? Okay. I think this one, it was said many times. I will not even repeat it. To say, where is this animal tribalism coming from? We know it was brought by some imperialists to say, you Tsonga will sit there, Pedi will be there, the vendor speaking people, you will be there. So this is an animal that was brought by some other people for us not to love each other, but we are not like that. Can we move? I'm not going to repeat this one. That's the roots and the purpose, like I indicated. What its roots is colonialism and imperialism. So the last part that I want to put, I'm not going to repeat everything that was said for the sake of time. But I said, I will put my head on the block and make the assertion that we are a people of love, kindness, and unity. We love each other, we know. We are united, we know. We are kind, we know. But that animal that was brought from somewhere is the one that we must continue to fight. On the slide that is appearing on my laptop, his name was King Soshangani. Back then, I think this name is also announced. Practical examples. Thank you very much. I was using my shop steward voice now. Yes, King Soshangani Vuti Victor. When I was researching about him, Soshangani, back then he was one of the general military guys of Kinshasa. And he was sent to the Tsonga speaking people area to come and fight them. There is something good that I've learned about this man. Then when he arrived there, he realized that, but these people are good. But the aim he was there was to say, he was sent to come and get the tactics to kill them. But arriving there from Zulu, he was Kinshasa's main commander general. He was sent to the Tsonga speaking people area to come and say, let's learn the tactics to come and finish all of them. But arriving there, he was surprised to say, but these people are kind. And he was captured and stayed there with them. So you can see that we are kind. The reason for him to go there was to say, we are learning how then to kill these people. But because of the kindness of those people, that's why I'm even seated there. Yeah, go rikaka go malamulele. Buti Victor go na le ka ga maputla. So you can see that I'm settled. There's no such animal called tribalism. So I've indicated that Vuwani, as a case study, that despite the challenges that we experience as the municipality, we continue to have them. Where in Vuwani said now, we can be part of Collins Chabane, but through public consultation, through community consultation. As we speak now, unfortunately, when I was trying to put my pictures of the projects so that we don't just talk, in most cases, I will say pictures don't lie. I wanted to reflect the projects, Mr. Mabudula, and the amount, as you were indicating here, of was spending as Chabane around Vuwani areas, and to show or to reflect the projects that we are doing there. Yeah, now I'm gonna be, but as I was indicating, or one, the method that is assisting us is through public consultation during our IDP planning process, during our report back meeting. When we say we're gonna do this, after year end, we'll be going back, say now we did this report back, so that we gain confidence of the community. And then we have got forums that we are utilizing. Amongst the forums, just to mention few, is Pastors Forum that we are utilizing for consultation in our area. On monthly basis, we have a Mayor Mawosi Tiwosi Forum, wherein our mayor will be engaging together with his executive committee with Tiwosi Taina, Magoshi Arena, that's the forum that is assisting us. We have got our civic organization, all the stakeholders. We have got different structures. We call them mayor structures, call them the disability forums, elderly forums. We have got all stakeholders that we are utilizing for us to consult with our communities and in different clusters. And what I wrote here, I think it was also covered, the issue of, can you move a little bit, public education and awareness. I think one of the speakers covered it to say, Dr. Grace, when you were saying in universities, you have got a 6 months program wherein you are introducing on how to deal with this. And I was a bit of concerned to say, why can't we say, because Section 184, subsection 2 of the Constitution empowers South African Human Rights Commission the power to educate. Why can't, I'm a former teacher, by the way, primary school teacher. Why can't we start at a primary level rather than waiting for tertiary when already this thing is in our mind? I think Magore has indicated, is Magore or someone who say a child said a word that I don't even want to mention in here. So I indicated here that if we can partner with the Department of Education and make sure that in our programs from primary school, we teach our kids the issue of say we are one. Let me pass this one. It was my picture there wearing Tsonga traditional attire to indicate that when I'm in Tsonga, I decide when it's cultural day or today, am I wearing pedi Am I wearing a shibelani? Just to say we are hard. That person is daily. Yes, and I will be enjoying it. When it's time for me to get ready, hele maleme manaka, ke apara sepedi ba bona re today ko putisa kwa gae. And there's nothing stopping me to say today I'm wearing shibelani. So in my conclusion, ke mona o nkemetse mosadi yo. I was gonna say we do have committees like geographical names. Ntate Manaka, Musanda wa kwa gesho. If re ka bona ko Blouberg municipality, re bona a building named after the late Collins Chabane. Can it be good to say we are dealing with this thing? Re ka bona ko Collins Chabane or ko Venda, Thulamela. Re bona a building named after King Rachacha. Then we will say we are winning towards eradicating tribalism. So I was saying, let's utilize this geographical names committee in making sure that we are eradicating this by naming our building, our schools. Primary school. It can be good. I'm just citing an example. Name you. I was just citing an example to say this thing will say, oh, we are one. I spoke about a geographical names committee and the issue of transparency when we are dealing with our issues as local government. And in conclusion, if the above that I've mentioned can be done honestly, it will diffuse the notion of fear of domination by ethnic groups, which the municipal council might be seen more because of the regional advantage. And again, if the above can be done honestly, it is going to diffuse the perception that regionalization of services will always be unequal. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Member Putla. I wish we had given you more time to speak, but as I did indicate in advance, unfortunately, our time was eaten by the dog. So we just have to try to wrap up so people can rest. But thank you so much for your presentation. And the one thing really that I picked up from your presentation is about being intentional. You know, this eradication of tribalism doesn't just happen, because I think sometimes we hope we'll just pray, things just happen. We have to be intentional in our programs, in our employment policy, in the design of our landscape, and, you know, the erection of cultural effects in our environment. So there is that intentionality. But I also want to challenge you, Mema Putla, because you rightly indicated when you started that virtually everyone was your municipality as a case study. But first thing you said, as you said, there is no tribalism here in your municipality, but everyone, you know. And I have a similar situation where I come from, you know, where I won't name the department. You know, they will even go on TV to say, this thing is not here. But everyone will go to say, but that thing is there. There are pit toilets. But they will keep saying, it's not here. Yes, so the point I'm making is, when you find yourself being the only one in a room to say this thing is not happening, when everyone around you says it's happening, it does call for a deeper introspection, because you cannot change what you don't acknowledge. You can't change it. So that is my challenge to you, Mema Putla, and your senior management team. as you go back to continue the good work that you are doing of having programs. And I was fascinated that you were having programs to address tribalism when you said you don't have it. But continue with the good work, Mema Pusha. Thank you so much. At this point, I will give over to the person. Oh, no, it's Q&A. Okay, okay. At this point, colleagues, I know we are out of time, but allow me to take a few hands. Just to, oh, are you also speaking? Okay, are you facilitating the next session? Okay. Q&A for session 3 and 4. Can I have a few hands just to reflect on what was discussed and to ask any clarity seeking questions? I'll ask colleagues to please assist with the mic, because I've even released our speakers. So I will indicate who can respond, and then you can circulate the mic. Can I see all the hands? I see Vic. I'm even scared to say your name again. It's Magoro. Yes, thank you. I'm only seeing 2 hands at the moment.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I just want to maybe to clarify something. I think there might be a misunderstanding in terms of how the municipality had been mentioned from time to time. The issue that the municipality was mentioned, the reason why it was mentioned so many times was that it is an example of a community that was protesting for service delivery, and the same was misconstrued to be tribalism. Yeah, it was a misconstrued. They misconstrued the reasons behind protest to be tribalism. Hence, it was about service delivery. I just want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank all the presenters previously. But my concern here is that if ever we fail to acknowledge that tribalism, it's happening, it's real, we are not going to eradicate it. We must acknowledge that indeed it's there, but it is our duty to make sure that this tribalism, this virus, it must be removed from our society so that we live in harmony like it was. But if you fail to do that in Chivendavari, meaning that you are pregnant, you don't want people to say you are pregnant, you are just hiding it with breast. So if ever we do that, I'm telling you, we are not going to progress. Let's try to face the fact that this animal, it's damaging us, it's corroding, it's eroding, it's making our young ones to grow up having that sentiment that indeed this one is a Mutsonga. But if ever we can talk about it, hence other people, the other presenters said, we must also educate our community, starting from the school and all that, which means that we are not hiding. We are acknowledging that indeed it is damaging us, it is corroding us, but we want to make sure that it must be done with. Because right now, tribalism is between we blacks, but what about the white people who are the instigators? If she can come and address us here, maybe trying to isolate this one and that one, we cannot say that she's tribalist. We'll say, oh, hi, it's fine, it's fine. But if ever Mr. SS can do it, it's not fair. Let's try to talk about it in order to plow this good seed of, no, this one is your brother. It's wrong to call this one, this
these names. And then indeed, we'll be doing justice to our coming future generation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm seeing more hands. I will just allow the last hand. There's a last hand behind you. So far, there are no questions. They were just comments and reflections. I will allow that hand, but to indicate, I think Vicky should also speak to our colleague from the IEC in his presentation about the research that was done in that community. Yes, over to you, sir, with your question or comment.
Thank you, Program Director. As a question, ke kgopela hore the presentation tse di bile mowe di a tsebalea ke tse dintšinyana. Bjale nna kwa ke dulang teng ke emetse setšhaba se se ntši, bjale be ke kgopela hore di presentation tse bele di fana ka tšona mola le nkgopele tšona out gore ke kgone ho balela batho ko. And then le lena be ke kgopela hore mo di ma di presentation tša lena o be le di contact number ore re nne re le bitša le tele dule mo pele ya setšhaba. Bear in mind mona ke dulang teng ke High Tree. Bjale polelo tše re di bolelang mo di bohlokwa gore batho bana bale ba di ikwe ba di tsebe. So ke fetša ka gore target re a e tseba re e bone, tribalism. So it tšwa o rena ka moka le commission or sure a re ruteng bana ba rena kotsi ya tribalism e. Because batho ba ba edileng ba tšere nako o e bopa and e tsene deep mo mabjokong a rena. Re šomiša le ka moae le mo basading ba rena le mo baneng ba rena. So a se ntho e nyane ntho e nyaka nako, more especially ba commission. Ke kwele motho a kouta di act tša gore le ya kgona gore le ka ruta batho e tšwa lesolo gore bolwetši be ba tribalism bo fela. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now hand over to the next facilitator. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you so much. I'll be very quick in the interest of time. We have very little time. And I'm hoping I'm audible. Good afternoon. So I am the ISMA Manager for Human and People's Rights. I would like to start by acknowledging my director in his absence, Professor Ademola Jagede, colleagues from the Human Rights Commission, our provincial manager, Mr. Magidura, all our esteemed and distinguished guests, traditional leaders, religious leaders, thank you. I am tasked with the duty of facilitating the break into commissions process as per the program. Perhaps before I can begin, I'd like to start by highlighting to our audience. In this session, we are going to have discussions in an attempt to find and create solutions for the tribalism conundrum and build social cohesion. These discussions that we are about to have been fully informed or are fully informed by the presentations and deliberations held in September at Koroni, as well as those held today. Stakeholders engaged each other on the impact of tribalism within the Vembe district. We received complaints, suggestions, and insights on the tribalism conundrum during these deliberations. Now we have reached a stage where we want to find a clear way forward and create solutions. During the subsistence of today's program, we have had a variety of rich questions like, what can the university do? What can Parliament do? And that can we completely eradicate tribalism? Now I pose the same questions back to you as our audience. Yesterday, I spent some time with colleagues discussing in the evening, and I said to them, when you spot a problem, you must also find a solution for a problem. Otherwise, then you're just creating further problems. So when we spot problems, we should be able to find solutions for them. Otherwise, we just be complaining the whole time. We have invited you all to come here and share with us your thoughts, your experiences on these issues. We are having questions of what can we do? What can other relevant institutions do? So we are going to find the solutions together in this session. Now, before I can present to the audience, we're going to play a little game. And once we're done, I will provide instructions on how we will proceed further. So we are going to break into commissions, 3 commissions. Advocate Maluleke, we'll start with you. So we're going to count 1, 2, 3. And then when we reach the fourth person, we're going to restart that person. We're going to do 1, 2, 3 again. And then when we reach the third, 1, 2, 3, the entire audience, starting with you, Advocate Maluleke. And then once we're done with that, I will provide further instructions on how we'll proceed. Thank you. Right. Okay, we ended there. Maybe we can start here with you, sir, near provincial manager. Right. Thank you very much for your cooperation. What we're going to do now is form 3 different groups. We decided to call them commissions. So we're going to form 3 different commissions, and each commission will deliberate on a different issue that I will present shortly. Now, everyone who counted 1 is going to form commission 1, and everybody who counted 2 is going to form commission 2. Everybody who counted 3 will form commission 3. So maybe now what we can do is rearrange ourselves so we can sit opposite each other in this venue. So maybe starting with those who counted 1 for commission 1, you can sit over this side, and maybe we can have the second commission in the middle, and then the third commission on the right. So maybe we can just try to rearrange ourselves in that sense. Thank you.
Number 1s come this side. Number 2s in the center. Number 3s towards that side. Number 1s, the 1, 1, 1. Center, the 2. All number 2s come to the center.
The 3s over this side. The 2s, they're in the middle. And then the first group will be on the other side. Yeah. So I have the 2s or the 3. These are the 3s. I know at least. Pastor Strike, are you with me? Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I have this one. No, I have this.
She wants to say something before you even tell them what to do. I think it's the right time to.
And another thing, I don't know if I think my guess will advance. We're just
The provincial manager will.
Right. Is everybody settled? Right. Maybe before I can proceed, the provincial manager wants to say something quickly.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As we are now convening or constituting these commissions, we constitute this commission in terms of the numbers, but it's possible that you might find that maybe you have come with somebody and you want to exchange so that you can have we can be part of all the discussion. Let's take, for example, it's 3 of you, and you want to make sure that you distribute yourself to all commission. So you can do that, but you have to do that exchange. But don't be, if you are coming from the same place, don't go to the same commission. We want to have different ideas, like having a commission that will have all the traditional leaders. We want traditional leaders to form part of every commission so that your views are also finding expressed to all the commissions. Colleagues, this is a very serious task. We really need your views regarding this, but we need to know today. I can see that there were different views. There's nothing with us differing. To differ here is better than going and spread the wrong information to the communities. So let us share our views. Let us come up with how we feel, what we think will be the best for the country, for the province, and for our own communities. So we will take your views very serious. And I can tell you that when we develop a report, your views will be captured in the report. So this is a very serious task, a very important stage of our conference, and we believe that you will do your best to make sure that we get a proper report, and the report will be capturing what we have discussed and agree as delegates and participants of this conference. So I think he's going to read out the commission, the question or the task, the assignment. We call it task, assignment, or question is the same. But what is important, understand what is needed. Colleagues, we can't continue be a divided countries in terms of our tribe. Tribes, there are so many speakers who mentioned very important information to us, and we really want that information to find expression to the contribution that we'll make. So we really, really appreciate your contribution, and we'll just maybe try, colleagues from Univen and from the South African Human Rights Commission, please also get to the commission and assist where you can, so that we find a discussion that is really going to assist us. So don't be surprised when colleagues from Univen are joining different commissions just to maybe to assist. Thanks.
Thank you, Provincial Manager. You just made my life, a great deal easy. You mentioned most of the important things that I ought to have covered. Thank you. So now that we have divided ourselves into the 3 relevant commissions, what we're going to do now is amongst yourselves, each group will appoint a facilitator or a group leader and a scribe, or what I would like to call, my colleagues will be very fascinated by this, what I would like to call a rapporteur, who will be responsible for drafting the findings of the report. And tomorrow we will reconvene or assemble, and each group will delegate a representative to present its findings. So now I will move on and present, the tasks. I don't know if my colleague Tagarani has shared the tasks with each group, or is he doing it right now? So I will quickly proceed with the tasks, and I'm hoping everybody can hear me. So for the first commission, we have the following tasks. I'm going to read the brief background, and then yes, I'm sure some of you will be able to now from the printed papers in front of you. Religious and community leaders are regarded as the most important components in our society to lead the process of building social cohesion and uniting different communities. In line with these responsibilities, you're tasked with identifying the four most important elements that may simply define or describe tribalism in a religious or worship setup. This is for the first commission, and we having the two additional requirements for guidance purposes. You are also going to identify factors that may be regarded as the main cause of tribalism in your discussions or deliberations. You will identify factors that may be regarded as the main cause of tribalism in Limpopo and how you think the same should be addressed or prevented. And you'll also try to identify programs or activities that may be implemented and by who to eradicate tribalism, to promote human rights and social cohesion. So you're going to identify the programs and also try to identify who can play a role in, trying to find solutions and implement the solutions. Thank you. And then for the second commission, I'm going to quickly read the background. Traditional leaders are regarded as the most important components in our society to lead the process of building social cohesion and uniting different communities. In line with these responsibilities, you have the most four important elements that may simply wait, hold on. Describe tribalism in a please hold on. Let me simply this is repeating. Okay, it looks like we're having a duplicate of the second, the first and the second commission is the same information. I will quickly jump to the third commission and then I'll quickly address the second one. So for the Oh, thank you. I think I understand. Thank you. So with I just received further information from PM here that will assist. So for the second group, the focus now is we are trying to identify factors that may be regarded as the main cause of tribalism and identify programs or activities that may be implemented, right? And the focus here is we're looking at the traditional leadership as we're looking at traditional leadership as an institution. That's for the second group. Moving on to the third commission, I will read the quick background. Government at all levels has the responsibility to create a conducive environment for a successful social cohesion to eradicate tribalism. In line with this responsibility, what should the government do to promote social cohesion and eradicate tribalism? Identify four most important elements that may simply define or describe tribalism, that also have a potential to trigger tribal conflicts. And even with this, now the focus with this one, it's government. We're looking at government, as an overall institution. We're going to try to identify factors that may be regarded as main causes of tribalism and try to identify programs, activities. We find solutions on how can we deal with these issues. And for the information regarding your tasks, that's all. I don't know if any commission so far has a question or requires clarity. Okay, so the only thing we need now for this session from each commission is that we need each commission to appoint a facilitator or a group leader and a scribe. So when we depart here, each commission should be having a facilitator and a scribe.
Now that you have your tasks or assignments, you are selecting or you are appointing or you are electing a scribe, facilitator, the one who will be facilitating the talks, and then the report, the one who will give us feedback tomorrow, like a reporter. So that's what you will be choosing, and then make sure for the we can give how many minutes? 15 minutes. Try to understand the topic and or the theme and the questions and start sharing ideas. Then we're giving time until tomorrow, 9 o'clock, we meet here. Wherein then, after doing our recap, then we will finalize the report back that you will have met after this. So the beauty of it, because most of us are sleeping over here, we will also have dinner together like yesterday. So we will be having a working dinner. Sure. Again, we said we want to work on this. And Kamkarina today, throughout the whole day, we were listening. Do we have this? What is this? How does it affect us? And then the creature. Now it's time for us to deal with it. I'm sure Linguishishij. Talk about the task that you have in front of you, understand it. Together. More, please come together a little bit. How, I don't know. Mara, try to be together. Try to be together. Please separate. Please separate for now. Please understand that.
You can also have the take the name of the scribers and the presenters out of it.
I'll do that.
If they want to go and sit somewhere in the hotel
Now.
now
Now they can
go, but they must agree on the time.
It does because it's just geographical setting. Different cases, and if I had someone who communicated with someone, not communicating but when you get that particular person, because if you belong to a particular culture, you think that maybe something like that. You don't know each other. But the first one.
My rules are actually changing. Somehow I was the facilitator right here and now.
And facilitate and likimbia na Krista. Okay. Thank you very much. We have identified the reporter, scriber, and facilitator in each group. And each group seem to be understanding and internalizing their task. So for now, we are dispersing. For those who we having supper together, we're meeting the yesterday place at 6:30 for supper. Mara, for the purpose of discussion, you further agree on how you meet, you are free from now until we meet again, converge tomorrow here at 9 when we'll be starting with the program of the day. So letaba already linali those pointers, lidifile those who are reporting back to be able to share. Did I make it very clear? Now you are as free as birds. Skolo situile. Impa homework memo wa inyaka. Ka mswane ka 9. Re kwane akere. For now re leboga batho ka moka botho bo ba bo dirileng gore re kgone go aga botho bja province. Re a leboga.